All right. Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to React Norway 2024. We are really happy to have you here in Larvik. Even though the weather is not that great, it might be better this afternoon. And if you are here tomorrow, that's going to be worth, I believe. But So, React the Viking way. What the hell does that mean? So I'd like to start by thanking Nebosha, who organized the conference, and we came up with the theme, React the Viking way. Is it just because we're in beautiful Norway? It cannot be, right? It has to be more profound. If you know the guy, it's more than that, right? So let's try to figure out together. So generally, Vikings are very well known for their exploration and navigation around vast ocean. They're famous for their valor and their warfare. And while they are warriors, they also had the sophisticated tactics, society, laws, and they are very famous for their mythology and religion. So as I delved into the history and legacy of Viking, I began to see some parallels. And then it came to me. I strongly believe that Nebosha is actually seeing all the React developer as modern Viking. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to try to convince you. So just like Vikings explored uncharted territories, you developers are constantly investigating new libraries, patterns, paradigms, always thinking for new solutions and new improvement. Just like Viking were known for their shipbuilding skills and their navigational innovation, you pioneer libraries and cutting-edge features to solve complex problems. Also, just like Viking, you have a strong sense of community when you contribute to open source projects. Also, if I need more argument, just like Viking left a lasting impact through their voyages and to their stories, you write beautiful documentation for the benefits of everyone. My favorite, just like Viking were strategic warriors, you smash big component into small pieces. Another one that I like, just like Viking, adapted to various climates and challenge, you survive and thrive with all the frameworks out there. And finally, just as Vikings, craftsmanship was amazing, you build UI forged with love. So in a sense, the React the Viking way is all about pushing the boundaries of what's possible. I'm Sébastien Morel, CTO at Crystallize. I will be your MC today. I'm not a Viking like some of my colleagues, and I'm also a dad of a 3 years old. And I mention it because it's important, because I may or may not throw some kind of weird joke throughout the day. So be ready for that. Yeah. Some are going to be funny, some are not going to be funny. Most of them are not going to be funny. We'll see. So I figured I could start right away, actually. So could you guess the very famous code that the Viking invented? It could be used if you are in danger. No one? Have you heard about the Norse code? Ta-da! Thank you. That's the first one. All right. But before to really kickstart the conference with the amazing speaker lineup that we have and more joke, just like Viking were live coding session, I'm going to do a live coding session right now to present a little bit of the new stuff that you can do with React 19. So let's jump on this. Switch here. Do you see? You don't? Mirroring. Here we go. So I built a little cart mechanism, a little web shop where we are using Crystallize behind the scene. So let me show you a little bit how it looks in the backend. So this is a Crystallize UI if you don't know about it. And I created some product. Each product has different variants. We have prices. I just want to brag a little bit about the UI that we're doing here because I think it's kind of great and sexy. So we have product and variant, images, and a little very simple shop with front page and topics and images, right? On the side of that, we have the front end, which is really simple and which is built with React 19. And we're going to try to see how we can improve this cart experience using React 19 new feature, especially start transition, use action state, use optimistic, and we're going to stream the cart at the end of this talk. So to start, we're going to look at some code. And then we're going to jump into the change that we can do. So this is a very simple React app. Can you see it? Well, big enough? Yeah. Actually, I should put, let me do something better here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. So I've started the node server, obviously. Come on. Go, please. Okay, I'm going to switch. That's fine. That's fine. So, very simple app, right? We have a page, we have a layout, nice, and we have the list of product on the left, and we have the mini cart on the right. And as you may know, when you do a React app, if you want to build stuff across your components, you probably have a context. So this is what we have here in the UI. We have a context, and in the context, most likely you're gonna export a hook on which, and this hook will give you access to different function and data that you can call. So here it's very simple. We have a fetch cart function, which is going to fetch the cart server side, and we have an add to cart function to add something into the cart. Then we have the provider, and if we look at the layout here, we wrap the entire application in this provider, and then we have this UI. We can see different problem right away. It's kind of quick because the API are quick, but I want just to mention that we are making it now when I read the page, we see many different problems. First, we see a loading, right? We see a loader. It's nice, could be better. Then I'm going to add stuff to the cart. Add something. I'm going to change variant. And then I'm going to stop. Look at what's going on here. So see, this is really easy to break a React app, right? We can definitely see that it is suboptimal. It was not clear. I was not having the loader anymore. As soon as you click a little bit, the loader will go off and the UI will still update, right? It's really bad. We can do much better. First, maybe we can explain why this is happening. It's kind of simple. So back to the context here, what's happening? On the load, we fetch the cart. Cool. We set the loading true. We do the change in the UI. When I add something in the cart, same stuff. Set login equals true. Then I do the fetch. When it's done, we set loading equals false. But what's happened when I click multiple times? I have multiple requests. And then at some point, the loading false will be triggered before I got the response from the next request. And then the UI, the loader is gone. And then I have a suboptimal UI. So what can I do with React 19 to make it better? It would be nice if we could kind of batch the update of the UI. So I can do multiple requests, but then I batch the UI. Well, right now with React 19, you have a new function that you can call, which is called set transition. So let's use it, set transition. Start transition. And it could be async, right? So the first step is actually to wrap everything inside the use transition. So let's see what's it going to do. So I'm going to do this when I actually fetch the cart. And I'm also going to do this when I actually add something to the cart. So here, as you can see, this is really simple. I don't do anything specific. I start the transition in my two function, end of the game. There is a little trick that we're going to remove later, but when you await in a transition, you need to wrap that in another transition. That's going to be gone. It's just for the sake of the explication that I need to do that. But let's do it. Boom. So that's it. I don't touch anything else. Let's come back to the UI. Let's clean the cart. And let's see how this is going to change. So first load, nothing happened. Now I'm going to click like crazy, like we were doing before. I'm clicking. Nothing is happening. Is it a bug? No, right? Because we lost the state. We lost the state because everything was run into one transition, right? Everything has updated at the very end. So cool, but let's bring back the loader. So to bring back the loader, actually, instead of using start transition directly, we have a hook. Thank you, React 19. So we can do, actually, we can use transition. Use transition is going to get you back a loading state and a setter, right? Most hooks are working this way. So now I can get rid of the loading state and I can get rid of this, actually. I'm going to get rid of that. So I'm happy because I can remove some code, which is what we're going to do for the next 15 minutes. It's removing code. So now I do that, go back to the UI, reload, clean the cart. Let's do it again. So cart is empty. We have a loading state. Now I'm going to click add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. And we're waiting. Now we need to imagine that the network is slow here. And at the end, everything is going to be updated at once. So the UI is a little bit better. Nice. The next thing that I want to bring is, okay, this is kind of cool, but there is something else that you may have heard about React 19 is the server action, right? So actually any function that is triggering a transition is considered to be called an action. And actually there is a fancy way now to use form with React 19. If you have used Next.js before, you may have tried that before. But what we can do is actually we can use a new hook, which is called use action state. But before, we're going to tweak a little bit the add to cart button. What does it do right now? It's a very standard. Right now, it's a very, very simple and standard React way. We have an on submit, prevent default. What do we need to do that? It's weird, right? Prevent from what? And then we have the add to cart, which is taking an input. We get that from the function, from the context. And then we can trigger the fetch to get the data and everything we've seen so far. So now we're going to change that. We're going to imagine that we receive from our hook add to cart action. And instead of this, we're going to get rid of that and we're going to put action right away. So if you've never seen that, it can be weird, right? Because usually in the action here, you get a URL to submit somewhere, right? Then you handle the API. So which is what was done by the fetch, right? Here I didn't show you, but we have API route to get the cart and to actually add the cart somewhere. So those are API route. So keep that in mind. So I change this and I replace action by a function. This is really what's important here. So now let's develop this, right? So we're going to go back to the add to cart and we are going to actually develop that function. So first, we can change a little bit of types. And because it's a function, an action from the form, we're going to get form data. And it's much more closer to what we can do with the browser, right? When you submit, what do you get? Form data, which makes sense. Now we're going to code that function. Add action. Let's receive this. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. And then we're going to do everything that we were doing before, right? So actually, I can just do this. It would be much simpler. See, I didn't. And then we're going to change this, right, by form data, which is of type form data. Nice. So we didn't change so many things here. Of course, now we need to return the add to cart action from the hook. And because we receive form data here, we need to get what we were getting from the input. That is almost this GitHub Copilot, almost, not quite. So here, if you didn't see in the add to cart, we actually serialize inside an input the previous input that we were sending. So here, actually, the input, it's a cart input, and I'm going to do from data get input a string, and we want to actually unserialize this. So JSON.parse from data as string as cart input. Nice. So now I didn't change anything. So we could go back to the UI and see, but we didn't change anything, right? Still, we change the submit. But there is another hook from React 19 that is going to help us to remove all the start transition thing. This is called use action state. And use action state is going to return you the data, a function that you can call in the form, and the loading state that we're going to put as pending. And now I can do use action state. And use action state is actually taking an async function, often the previous state that we are not going to use right now. So let's do unknown and the form data, because this is what we want. That now I have a function. Use action state. I need the default value for the data, which is going to be null for us. Cool. And of course, add to cart action is already defined. And this is what we're going to put in this code here, if you see it right. Right. So what we want is to actually bring all that code here in here. Right. So now I can remove that because it's not used anymore. And we can start to clean even more, because now use action state is actually a transition as well. So we don't need the transition. So I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. And actually, I can also get rid of the set cart, because we are not going to use it. We're going to use the data here. So here I can just return. So now we clean the code a lot already. Much more readable, right? Much better. So now we still need to hook a little bit, because now if I do that, I'm not going to get any input when I'm submitting, and I have an error actually because I didn't save the add to cart. So now it's not going to work because we are not using the data returned by use action state. So to do that, back to the use cart, and here actually it's pretty simple. What do we want to provide to the provider? Well, the first time we load the page, we need to return the cart that we fetch, right? Everything we are doing so far, it's about the add to cart action. So that doesn't change. It means that the cart could be either the cart that we fetch or the data that we receive from the submit, if we receive something from the submit, right? So it's data, if we have it, or cart for the first load. And that's the same for the loading state. We can do is pending or loading. Now I can do it again. Now everything will work before. So when I do that, it's loading, then I can add to cart many times. We have the loader. And at some point, remember, I made it slow on purpose. I'm going to get the UI updated at once. Okay, so we removed many lines of the code, but we can even do better. What would be really nice, especially in the shop experience, is to actually be optimistic. We know by advance that when I'm going to add to cart, I'm going to add this image, add this name. We know the price. We can be better, right? We can be optimistic. And in React 19, you have a hook to be optimistic. The name is a little bit weird. It's use of optimistic. So if you don't remember, it's okay. You should be able to remember. So optimistic data. Thank you, good copilot. Almost. So it's use optimistic here, and use optimistic. Just return to function. Use optimistic. Oh yeah, and then we have the function, obviously. So we're going to do this function. Yeah. So now, it's the first way of doing this, the simplest way here would be to actually just replace Just do that, right? That would not change anything. So here we receive form data. And then we can pass it here, right? So here is just a proxy. You need to see use optimistic as a proxy here. So when I do that, instead of data, I can return actually the result of this, and I need to, no, that's it. Optimistic data. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. What did I do? All right. So the cart, it could be optimistic data. What's going on? Okay. This is debug time. I don't think we need a returner. I think you have to first. It's set optimistic data. Here will be more clear. Optimistic data. And actually, you know what? Let me cheat a little bit. So all that stuff is open source. You can get it after the talk. I'm going to cheat a little bit. Let's React the Viking Way. Okay. I'm still on time, so it's pretty good. Optimistic here. So I'm going to copy paste this. That will be faster, and I'm going to explain. All right, let's back to this. So how does this work? I was close. Actually, in use optimistic, you need to pass the default data right away, right? So the data that we fetch from the action, we pass it to use optimistic. So again, it could be the data or the cart that we fetch. Then we have a function that we can use, and we still have, this is the action that we're going to pass to the form. So this doesn't change. It is an action, you get form data. Then we're going to use set optimistic cart that we get back from use optimistic. So here, pretty simple actually. We get the previous cart, and we alter the previous cart with the data that we are actually sending to the form, right? So we don't wait for the server to get something back. We actually set it right away, and we alter the form, and we return the form, which means that when I'm going to click on the button, I'm going to see the UI updated, and I will receive the data from the server. So the action is actually this one, right? And the data could be optimistic cart itself, and because we do the OR in here, so this should work. So let's go back. This one here. Now when we do that, nothing changed from here. I'm going to clean the cart to make it a little bit better. Now what's going to happen is as soon as I'm going to click, I see something. See, it's really responsive now. The experience is much better. On purpose, I did an optimistic cart that is not perfect, because see, now we are waiting, and when we're going to get back this other response, we're going to wrap some of them, because of course, if I add many times the same client, I want them to collapse by quantity. Okay, so here, if I add the same many times, right, it's going to collapse when I receive something back from the server, right? So if you do it a little bit better than that, because it's not optimal here, but that was for the sake of the explanation. Let's wait. See, ping 8. Good. So now it's much better already, but everything has been done in the front end. So we still have the fetch cart, we still have use effect. That would be nice if we can get rid of use effect. And to get rid of use effect, actually, we can use something called server action. Right? Have you heard about server action? Okay. Now in React, you can actually do use client if it's a client component. By default, those are server components now. And you can create function that you can call from your front end, and they are going to be wired automatically server side thanks to React and the framework. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to create a new file that we're going to name. We can put that anywhere. I like to put it in the action folder, and we're going to do add to cart action And I like to put the suffix here, it's not required. And we're going to export a const, which is add to cart server action. And this is a server action, so, same as usual. And in the server action, what do we want to do? We want to do exactly the same as what the API route is doing. So here it's add to cart. So here it's a of boilerplate. So I'm going to cheat again to show you because I see the time. So I am going to do this. This is just git command. All right. And we were talking about server action. Oops, here we go. So we have the cart action here, this one. So this is the cart action. So basically, same as before, right? We get the cart, we pass the input, we call the server-side function, add to cart, add SKU to cart item. And here you need to revalidate the UI. So you need to tell React, hey, update the UI from the server. So this is the function that I'm sure you know, revalidate path. And here it's very important to see also this one, use server, because without this, React will not know that it's a server action. So you have actually to put use server. Now, nothing else changed. If I go back to the cart, to the front end, the add to cart button, business as usual, we didn't change anything. If I go to the use cart, nothing has changed. We still have the same code as before. The only thing that we've changed is instead of doing the fetch, we completely remove the fetch and we are calling the server side function. There is no fetch and there is no more API route. Now, no more API route. We are not going to use fetch anymore. All right. So let's see. This is going to work exactly the same way with a little bit difference in the front end actually. So now it's loading, right? Business as usual. It's working, right? When I click, boom. So now let's pause a little bit on that for a moment. We remove the fetch, right? So how does that work? I have a submit, which is a function. In that function, there is use server, and it's executed on my server. So actually, React is going to tweak a little bit the form based on the fact that in the action, you actually have a function that is a server action, and React is going to do the wiring for you. So what's happening here, because it's not magic, it's still at the end of the day, this is HTTP, right? So if I do this and I click on that, you see a fetch request somehow, right? There is a post that is done. It has to be. It's not magic. But this is completely handled by React. You don't even have to care about it. You don't have to create the API route. It is done automatically for you, which is pretty cool. And again, remove some code. The last thing that I wanted to show is actually, we're talking about it a lot, React Server Component. And for React Server Component, it means that you can load something server-side, and that's going to be sent to the client directly. And this is actually what's happening when we load that page. See, there is no loader for the product. Not at all, right? It loads directly, and actually it's blocking, right? If we don't have the product, we don't even want to display the page. But yeah, for now, well, let's talk about this. So how did we do that? Which is pretty cool, because when we do an SPA application, you actually want to fetch the data using the fetch. So here is just React Server Component. Everything is actually server by default. So if I look at the layout here, I have a function. It's a very standard function, fetch product. There is nothing special about this, but because I didn't put use client at the top, this is a server component, and inside the server component, you can fetch the data that you want, and then the server will wait before to return that to the client, and I have all my product. So it's not even interesting to see. The only thing that is interesting to see here is I didn't do anything. I can just fetch the data from this function. If you want to do a SQL query, you can do it here. I would not recommend to do that right away, I would recommend to have some function, but if you wanted to, you can actually do that. And then it is completely streamed. Make sense? This is React Server component. And actually, that would be nice to actually load the cart this way, because I would like to remove all the fetch, every API endpoint, and I want to load the cart right away from the server. Again, for the sake of timing, we are going to kind of do it together. So check out main and this one. Here we go. So serve to run the server. Here we go. So what we're doing here now, it's using the same approach. We are going to stream the cart, right? So here, nothing is happening. We have the loader. Did I do it right? The server action. Oh no, this was this one that I want. Serve. All right. So now same situation, but you're going to see there is no more loader. See? No more loader at all, because the cart is actually fetched from the server. How did we do that? Same as fetching the product. If I go to the layout page, now we remove the API route. There is no more API route. We don't need an API route because we don't do fetch anymore. The server is doing it for me. I get the ID of the cart if I have it. Otherwise, I put an empty cart, and that's it. Same as before. And of course, now the provider has changed a little bit because you receive the cart from the server. So you need to pass it to the provider. So instead of doing fetch cart in the provider, you pass it from the server. So I receive the cart from here. And then the rest of the code is exactly the same. Optimistic, set optimistic, and you return the action. Okay. But do you think it's enough? Do you think it's good to do that actually? Do you see some problematic with this? I'm loading. So it's kind of cool now. We can load the page, server side. So poof, first rendering, blocking rendering. I'm giving you some hints. And then same, we fetch the cart server side, which is blocking. And we are in an e-commerce world. Do you see any kind of problem here? Blocking. Who said that? Oh, the boss said that. It's blocking, right? You are blocking the UI. So it's kind of bad because first it means also that you cannot cache the UI. It's kind of bad. You don't want to wait. You want to display all the beautiful product that you have so the user can start to interact with the page. And maybe you load the cart on the side, right? So a good way to do that would be to stream the cart. It would be kind of cool to stream the cart, load the page, and stream the cart. Well, there is a thing. There is a way to do that, actually. It's called suspense. And with React 19, here, when I actually fetch the cart server side, instead of fetching the cart server side, I'm going to wrap this into a function. I'm going to git checkout to show you the end result, but you do something like that, get cart, right? Which is an async function. And you do this. So actually, you just create a function, right? So now this is just a function, get cart. And instead, so what's going on here? Oh, that's fine. Get cart function. And instead of passing the result of that function, I want to pass a promise, right? So I don't want to block the UI. I don't want to fetch the cart right now. I want to pass to the component the promise, and I will let React do its magic and suspense do its magic. So here, to do this, actually, we need to change a little bit of code. So I'm going to do the git checkout again. But basically, what we're going to do, cart provider, cart promise. Here, we are going to call the function, but we are not going to await. Okay, because it's a promise. You just want to return the promise. And in the provider, we're going to call a last function, not a hook, which is, we'll see, it's something like it's use. Use, it is not a hook. It is a function from React on which you can pass a promise, and then you can use the result in suspense. So let me do the cheat code in here. So it okay, main blah, check out. Ouais, I mean and we are on it, I believe. Yeah, make serve. So let's review quickly. Oh, need to change that. Need to be sure that we are on the last code. Yep, all good. So as I mentioned before, in the layout, now we have a function, get my cart, which is going to return a promise. The promise is going to be passed to the provider, and the provider has been updated to use the use function, right? So now we get a cart. Everything else is exactly the same. And it's pretty cool here because the use is managing this state of the promise. Here, I don't change the cart at all. This is a cart that I receive, but this is a promise that I passed. So the rest of the code is exactly the same. The only thing that is changing is it actually the way we're going to render the cart now. We're going to wrap that into a suspense boundary, right? And let's see. So here, instead of doing this, what do? We actually provide the fallback. So the fallback is the UI without the cart. And when the promise will execute, we're going to render the product with the mini cart. And that's it. So let's see how it looks. If it's working. See? So first load, very quickly, I'm going to do something to make it even more clear. I'm going to imagine that we have, I don't know, 2 seconds. Somehow, very bad network. So here what's going to happen, the UI is loading, the cart is waiting, and it is stream automatically. You don't block the UI, interaction can start. Happy world. That's it for me in this. So I'm going to push that and put this open source. So now I'm done with this. I can take the other hat and do the MC. So yeah, welcome for the strong start on React Norway. Of course, we are here to network. We are here to learn from the amazing speakers that are going to take my spot here in a moment. And we are also here to have fun, right? By behaving, of course. Right? We need to behave. The schedule, you can get the schedule on the website. We're gonna do some break and some lunch. The lunch is actually right here. And tonight, starting at 6, we have actually the dinner and the party. If the weather allows it, that's gonna be upstairs, but we don't know yet. So we'll see, I will let you know. During the talk, you can actually ask questions on this. So if you want to scan the QR code, then during the talk, you can actually ask a question. Please be nice when you ask a question. I'm going to let it like 30 seconds. All good. Before anything else, this conference will not really be the same without our sponsor. So you can see them everywhere. They brought some swag. Thank you very much for our sponsor. Brighton, Crystallize, ZCO Stockholm, I've seen them. Upson, Vips, and Tine, if I pronounce it correctly. Tine, I'm trying, for your sponsoring. And without further ado, she's using UI for more than, the pictures that you've seen before with the Viking. She's VP Engineering at JP Morgan. Welcome, Teresa, Vu, on stage for our talk.
Hello? The volume is good? Okay, great. I can hear myself loudly. Good morning. Thank you for joining my talk and welcome to React Norway. I hope everyone had a great breakfast and good coffee. Yeah, yeah. Actually, this is actually, I have been to Oslo a few times, and this is the first I actually joined React Norway conference. I'm very excited to be here. And actually, I manage every time when I visit Oslo, and I was actually skiing in Hemsedal this year. It was -20. It was really, really cold. Every time I come here, I manage to skip all the Northern Light. So eventually, that's my to-do list. In my lifetime, I want to see Northern Light here in Norway one day. So my name is Teresa. I work for JP Morgan. I'm doing a fintech application. And in my past few years, I've been working in fintech mostly. I'm a front-end engineer and also have a title of Google Developer Expert. Doesn't mean I'm expert. I just like to learn some of the product and other products as well, and then share my learning, my knowledge with everyone through conference, through meetups, through workshops. So today we can talk about front-end combined with UI. Sorry, not UI, AI. And why do I talk about this topic, right? This is actually quite interesting because last year we see the blooming of AI, especially Gen AI. And I hear different voices from people in my team, from people I work with, from my friends who are also developers, right? Because developers only have developer friends. So I hear different voices, right? So some of them saying AI is really, really scary because it's here to steal my job. My job is insecure now. Or when I talk to more engineers, they're saying to me, I'm using AI. I use a Copilot every day. Or then I hear product people saying, yeah, this is really interesting, but how do I adapt to the power of AI? So then I actually starting to gathering things and hearing the feedbacks and put things I know, right, to share how we can together not feel fear of AI. It doesn't steal our jobs, but how can we actually enjoy the power of what AI can bring to us, make our life easy, make our product smarter, and make our user happy in the end. So to understand my audience here, anyone are like AI expert, data scientist? Great. So you get a lot from here today, hopefully. Is everyone from web? Awesome. So you're in the right place. Okay. Let's talk about front-end development. Or I can skip here because we all know about front-end project for sure because we code it every day. Front-end development focus on user experience. And we look after building a fancy, very nice UI and to create these interactive features between our product and our users. Example of front-end product, right? It's not just a mobile and it's not just web. There are actually more, and we can use products like very native framework for each of the platforms, or we can use cross-platform tools, right? There are so many tools out there. We have mobile, web, for sure, car, wearable, TV, gaming, and desktop. So as for myself, because I work for fintech, what does fintech app would look like, right? In general, not just for one company. Mostly, your application will contain some of those features, right? You have authentication, you have your users, you do your testing. Who doesn't do testing here? Everyone do testing? Yeah, but we don't do things manually, so we put everything as automated, right? So this part, automation is actually one of my favorite parts. If you grab me later in a lobby or in when we have lunch, right? Definitely talk to me about release. I'm really passionate about how to make things actually release quicker. Then we have account. Then we connect to backend service, or we don't, because we have a backend for frontend or frontend for backend, and we deploy our product. So quickly, now we move to the world of AI, right? Before we jump in to talk about how AI can accelerate our product, our development, we will look at few keywords, right? I'm not going to read this line by line because it's a bit boring. So as for AI and the machine learning, they're different, but they're also very connected. So AI is actually the very broad way of literally everything. Machine learning is a way that I can say it's implementing AI, or it brings the power, the brain of what AI needs to bring to end user. There are different types of AI, and as you can see, the AI type will map into the machine learning type, because the machine learning actually generates this power to support AI, right? So AI, we're not in the last part yet, where the machine will be aware of emotions, right? The machine is self-aware. We're not yet, but do you think we will be there one day? Maybe. Maybe not. Machine learning has different type, right? I mean, we still see those products as today, right? Some of the things are supervised learning. Remember when you go to a website and when you want to log in or want to see some product, right? You have this dialog pop-up saying, select the traffic light or select something, right? You have to click and see, this is actually a traffic light. It's not, this is a car. You are actually helping the model to learn, because everything is labeled. This is what supervised learning means. The data fit into this model are labeled. And on the opposite side is unsupervised learning. We're still pushing data, right, to the model, but those data are not labeled. So the machine has to learn from those unlabeled data to categorize what type they are. And we will talk a bit more about deep learning in the next slides. So deep learning is what we will be looking at mostly today, because this is actually part of GenAI. So with deep learning, we have, again, different types of deep learning. In general, there is discriminative. That means you can make things, you can predict things, classify things. It's a trained, unlabeled data set, and learn from those features. On the other hand, we have generative. That means we will be able to create new data from this model. It understands the data distribution and actually predict as well. So this technology will bring us GenAI. I'm sure many years ago, when I say people, when Siri just landed, right? Everyone is very excited about Siri, and I see people holding their phone, just like keep every day saying, "Hey Siri, hi Siri, tell me something," right? Always Alexa saying, "Right, Alexa, turn on the light, turn the music." So those actions, we are using AI, but they're not GenAI. Why? Because when you think about the input data and output data, this will tell you what is GenAI, what is not GenAI. When it's when you use a model and the output you receive is something new, right? Arguably, because some people saying GenAI doesn't give me something new, it's just based on what it was fit into. It just blend the things in and give me something out of it, right? Every time when I write my code, I'm feeding the data. Actually, it does give you something new in a way. So when you receive like some image, some audio, right? Those are actually, you're using the GenAI product. And the reason that we are able to use GenAI through deep learning is from large language model. And so last year, when OpenAI released lots of their nice products, and Google also released Gemini 1.0, they are in a game of I wouldn't use the word compete, but they're using a game of look at how powerful their model tokens are, how many parameters they use to generate this model, right? Billions, trillions. But slowly, as of today, Google released, for example, Gemini 1.5 Pro announced in I/O. They don't actually reveal how many parameters they use to build this model anymore. Instead, they actually focus on how powerful this model are to receive tokens, right? So things get really, really quickly involved. So large language model, in a way, well, it's large because it's trained on massive data sets. Like, we don't even know how many parameters are there now for Google in their Gemini product. It uses neural networks. It understands text. Actually, it works really, really well with text, although it expands to video, audio, right? Once it's trained, large language model can perform tasks related to language and even more now. You have generic language model. You can use it to autocomplete, or instruction-based to make predictions, and dialogue, right, for special instructions. So those are a few keywords to warm up. Now we will dive into the word of how we can use AI to make our job easy, right? We will look at those things from different angle, and I also share some of the products, some of the tools we can use. Right. So, as I was saying, when we actually say the blooming year of AI, and I hear different voices and different considerations. Even when I was riding on a taxi, my taxi driver asked me, like, what do I do? I just say I work in IT, and then we talk a bit about AI. And his first reaction when I say the word of AI, he's like, AI, that's very scary, right? Yes, it's scary because if it's unknown, it's scary. But AI or machine learning, or to be more precise, large language model, deep learning, Gen AI, it actually can make as developer our life a lot easier. Even if, as for myself, right, I don't come from background with AI engineering or data scientist, but looking into those products out there in the market, actually we can do a lot with AI, even if we don't have any background. We will look at things from as what we can do for our end user, for our client, and what we can do as developer. How can we leverage the power of AI, and what can we build in our product using those powers, right? So let's look at AI for our end user. And we are engineers. We care about our customer. We care about our end users. What we can do in our product to help to make our projects smarter, so they can receive better product. So AI can power a better user interface, make our website a bit more customized, personalized, and we can use a chatbot as well. Even though the product I'm working on right now, one of the powerful feature this product has, Chase application, is that when you talk to a customer support, we are saying, we don't give you chatbot. We actually provide you with a human. It's a real human behind the chat is supporting you. When you call, the phone call will be answered by a human, right, directly, without going through chatbot. The reason we're saying that is because at the moment, some of the product using chatbot is a bit dull, right? It's boring, and you feel like you are in endless conversation, telling them what you want to do, but end up going nowhere. But with AI, we can make the chatbot with smarter, intelligent, and understand what individually everyone needs. And we can create better accessibility features for people who has special needs. And we can also do like a lot more learning tools to help kids, children, and even adults, right? To learn things like drawing, language. Oh, this is much better. Sorry if you didn't hear me in the beginning. Right, to learn things a bit better, like in storytelling, design, or write my performance annual review, but don't tell that to my boss. Okay, some product we can build an ICE today, and you can be more creative than I do, right? This is just some example. We can write a movie review, a sound generator for questions and recipe. And I've been thinking about doing a gym trainer application because actually I play badminton. And each time when my coach see me play badminton, he will give me lots of corrections that I need to make because he thinks my gesture isn't very professional. And there are a lot of things I need to correct. But I only see him once in a while, a few weeks. And I only get a help from him once in a while. If I have this trainer application that can analyze my gestures, as if I give this application a video or some image, it analyze my gestures and tell me what I need to improve, that would be awesome, right? That'll be really, really great. And it's possible as today, you can feed to your large language model. You can feed into a video or audio. It doesn't have to be text anymore. And with those products and amazing design, as you might have much better design than I do in mind, we want to build, right? But what are the tools out there for us to build them? There are actually, again, a lot of tools out there. I will focus more on Google because I really like their product. They have a very good, very healthy, very mature developer ecosystem. So Google have, for example, the Vertex AI platform. It has a lot of functions, like, I don't know, 10, 20, hundreds. It supports engineers to use AutoML. It's basically a low-code platform for machine learning. You don't have to even code a single line, but you can actually use the model right away through API. And you can, if you have some expertise in-house, data scientist, you can actually use the other part of this product to customize this model a little bit. I will show you a bit more information on this platform. But apart from Google, you have AWS. It also have AI service, provides you trained model and deep learning technology as well, and Azure, right? And a lot more, right? Those are just some examples. I don't work for them. I don't receive money from them. I just simply list, like, there are lots of nice products out there as what you can do for your front-end project, for your customer, and for your product. If you work in a company looking for AI solutions at the moment, those are things you can recommend. And if you're a startup company, again, looking for solutions, but you don't have all the expertise in-house, it doesn't mean you will be stopped building fancy product, because there are solutions out there. So let's look at a bit as the Vertex AI platform. Those functions might be available from other platforms, from other companies, right? This is just one example of what this platform from Google can do. So as I was saying, there are different functions from Vertex AI platform. And if you want to leverage the power of AI today, you can use the Vertex AI, Vertex Studio, and it's quite customized in a way. You can actually plug in a model straight away, or do some prompt design, or you can fine tune your model from this platform directly. And if you have like an amazing data science, data expert in your team, and you want to build everything from scratch, that's amazing. Again, they have the model garden where you can get some model as a base and retrain it on top to make it your product, to make it customized to what you will need. But this will require some of the learning curve here, understand how data works, how you clean the data, and how you do feature engineering for each data. But it's nice too, easy to use. And then in the end, it provides you that end-to-end solution where you can experiment, train, and deploy your model. So in the end, what we get is API service. So if you look at a bit of each of the functions, right, this is like a roughly full image of what this platform does and what tools they have. So starting from getting your data ready. So let's think about AI, right? And that you want to provide a model from beginning without anything. I need to get my data. So I need to get my data ready. So that from data readiness, on the vertical side are the tools and functions you will need to make your data ready. And then slowly adding the feature engineering. This is to make your data more customized for your product. And you train it, you serve it, and tune it. And through the way, you have end product of your model, and you can also do model management as well from the same platform. And because of the time, I'm going to go a bit quicker. Again, Google announced Gemma this year. Gemma is actually a friend of front-end engineers. If you don't want to do like lots of customized work, here is what we can use straight away. It's a bit different from Gemini. Gemini is actually quite large, and if you want to have like a simple solution like the one I was mentioning, making a gym training application, those models are available as from Gemma platform. Google choose the word, they invent a new word of open model, because as for the word of AI, open source doesn't mean much anymore because the coding for AI is very minimum. But we have open model. That means this model is free for you to use, to redistribute, to customize, and you can use it for as individual developers, or you can use it for commercial. They are free, and they have two sides of it: a lighter one and a full version. So if you go to this platform, search for the model you want, and then you can start using it right away in your product. And this is just a quick glance of what the platform looks like. So as for a user, we can provide lots of functions now for our user, and we have platforms for us to use to build those functions, right? You can use the full Vertex UI, or use Gemma, which is a bit lightweighted and runs on mobile and the web browser as API. Or you can use the model. I think you can use the model directly in your mobile as well. Give it a try. So, but how can we make our life easy as developer, as for day-to-day life, right? We want to enhance developer experience as well. There's a project called IDX. I don't know if you are aware of it. As React engineers, you probably will find the landing page look very similar, or actually it does look exactly the same as VS Code. It's a browser-based smart IDE. It has, comparing to Copilot, it does actually similar things, right? Autocomplete, bug fixing, pair programming. And one of the features I think is quite nice is a translate language, right? Not just from French to Mandarin, it translates language from Dart to Rust, from Go to JavaScript. This is actually quite promising. Remember the pain of us deciding which language, which framework I should use for my product, right? So you can actually do experiment here, look at your project, translate into different language and see how it goes. It won't be production ready, but you can actually have a look and a feel of what your project will look like in a completely different language. So this is a glance of what the project looks like. I think last month they opened this product to the whole public. Before that, you need to ask to be waiting list, and they will grant you in slowly. But the beta version came out, I think, this week. So if you go to type project IDX, you should have access to it straight away. I think there is limited access for people from Europe. I could be wrong on this one because when I try it, I have to get access of the IDX AI through VPN. So I think they probably have more support now. And to summary, in the end, how does AI impact our front-end project? If you think about AI solutions, right, there are verticals and horizontals, right? As a vertical, you can provide different solutions for same industry. That means you can provide healthcare solutions, AI retail solutions, and you can also do horizontal solutions where you provide same solution for different industry, like make a documentation, contact center. Do you think AI is a threat for us? Maybe? Right. It's probably not. It depends on how we look at it and how we use it, right? Actually, as for project design and for automation, for scaling, for maintenance, as today, right? Those work are still very much customized and to our project. There's at the moment AI doesn't have the power to provide all these features for us. We still have to be the one providing those things for our product, maintain it, scaling it, make it automation, and design our project. And as I was saying, machine learning and AI is not a threat because look at the machine learning itself, right? The AI model, the code for machine learning is just 5% within the entire AI world. Even AI doesn't build AI automate it itself, right? AI still needs human beings, our brain, to make it true, right? There's so many things within the world of AI that it's not a threat. It does actually require lots of interactions in between. We need to collect data. We need to do feature engineering. We need to monitor it, and we need to actually building up the whole infrastructure around this AI tool. So the impact, right? There will be probably, right, my own self-opinion, we can actually leverage the difference in code and we can make the quality better. But in a way, it's not a threat for each individual engineer, front-end, back-end, cloud, but it might be the result that with power of AI, we don't need to build so many front-end products anymore, including back-end. Lots of things can be reused, shared, and it will be pretty much answer question-based type of tool instead of us having to build like a mobile application or web functions or web pages like before. So everything is more simplified. That means it could be a threat in a way. We need to build less product now. And it increase our code efficiency. And anyway, in the end, I want to say AI is very powerful, right? But use it with responsibility as well. Think about what AI can do and what AI doesn't do. And in the end of the day, we want to build a nice product, but think about AI responsibility. Also, in addition, most of their product as today coming from the big company, they are built with responsive AI design in mind. So thank you. That's all I want to share with you today. Do I have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Yes, you have some questions, but first you have some cheese for you from TNA.
Thank you.
This is good. We're going to take a picture after, but yeah, there are actually two questions. What are your thoughts about using AI to solve actual problems versus using AI to make users think you are innovative? So I think the question is are we really using AI today to solve problems? What do you think about that?
Right. Again, this one is actually a very good question, but it's a very hard to answer. In short, we want to use AI to solve problems, and in comparing to, because there were two things, right? Solving problems
or making our stuff more innovative.
Okay, we want AI to actually do the hard work for us, right? The vacuum the floor and the cooking for us. But in the end, they're actually being creative, taking our fancy part away, making art and the design. Those are things that we want to do, right? So yes, we want to be innovative, and we can be innovative building our skills, expertise through the tool of AI, so the AI can actually do the repeated work for us while we are being the one that creating these innovations. And what was the other question?
So the second question was,
Yeah.
which area do you think the software development will be replaced first? Well, the AI is going to probably replace one area first, right? Which one will it be for you?
AI
Which area? What kind of development the AI will replace first?
I think AI is not going to probably replace development to begin with, but as what we can see from the history, not just from the history as the past 10 years, let's look at the past 100 years, right? There are new jobs, right, from the industry world, and some of the work are disappearing. I would call this as evolving, right? We have to get better. I don't know which development AI will replace. I hope it won't replace. But as for ourselves, as engineer, either you're coming from front-end or back-end or cloud, we need to adapt to the new world, right? So that's what I wanted to actually present today is we need to look at what AI can do and what we can do to use the AI power to make our job, make our product better. So in the end, we will not be the one get replaced, but we just get better.
Thank you. There is another question, but we're going to take only two. Thank you very much. Another clap for Teresa. Let's take a picture of you with the crowd, right? So let's do that. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do one picture. Like everybody is really chilling, and then do something crazy. Go for it. Woo! Here we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is actually coming from space. So I didn't find any good story about him yet. So except that he likes cats and dogs, and he prefers Snoop Dogg. Maybe he can explain, maybe not. I don't know. He's working at NX. Please welcome Mike Kless to talk about Monorepos. Oh, you're waiting for the mic. Okay. So this is when I can do some jokes. But I didn't prepare. I was waiting for, the break. So maybe I have one actually right away. What's a computer favorite bit? You guys are developer, right? What's the favorite bits of developer? Woo! Who said that? Oh, you said that there. Yeah, okay, so she's part of the team, so it doesn't count. It does not count. Okay. Do I have another one? Yeah, I have another one. And if you get it right, I'm going to throw you a Sentry bottle. So please be careful about this one. Where do a JavaScript developer wash their hands? Where? Yep, in a sink. Who said that? Nice. This is for you. Welcome, Max, on stage. Thanks.
Does it work? All right. Well, if you want to hear the Snoop Dogg story, you'll have to look at my talk at NXConf. It's on YouTube. I'm not going to talk about it again. It's fun, though. All right. Just give me a second. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I want to start off by telling you a story about a guy named Dan. So Dan is a mechanic, and his job is fixing spaceships. So you can see him here. He's sitting at the bar. He's drinking a beer that is technically derived from fungus, but he's used to it. He's having a good time. And Dan is really a metaphor for all of us developers. And like any developer during their day, Dan is going to go from cautiously optimistic into a pit of utter despair and confusion before coming out on the other side feeling like he's understood everything and he's on top of the world. So my name is Max. I've personally gone through that cycle of disillusionment and understanding many times in my life, and I hope I can make it a little bit easier for you with this talk. So as you've probably guessed, this talk is about monorepos, and I work at a company called NX where we build monorepo tooling, but I also work in a monorepo all day, every day. So that's kind of my perspective on it. Just so you know what you're up against, this is what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to start off by talking about polyrepos, which I would say are the current standard way of developing software, what they do well, and also where they fall short. I'm going to talk about monorepos, what of those issues they solve, but also what potential problems they might introduce and why we need good monorepo tooling in order to address them. So as I said, I'm going to be using Dan as an analogy. And in this analogy, you can think of every spaceship being a repository. All right, so on his first day of work, Dan is going to hire onto a fleet of spaceships, actually. You know, there's some in the front, they're exploring, they're fighting space pirates, they're doing cool main character stuff. There's some utility ships in the middle, they're handling repairs, they're transporting crew. And then there's some at the back end of the fleet who are handling communications and supplies and the like. So they all have their individual responsibilities, but they're all connected in some way. And I would say that this is a great way to organize a fleet of spaceships. And it makes just as much sense in the world of code. So in the world of code, I would call this approach a polyrepo, where every team or every project has their own repository hosted on GitHub or the like. And the big upside why people do this is team autonomy, right? So in this setup, every team has the freedom to make their own choices because they're the expert in their domain, right? For example, they have technological freedom. They can choose React, of course, for the front end. There's actually also an Angular app. Please don't hate me, though. They share some code in TypeScript. There's a backend written in Kotlin. And because all of this is nicely structured, it's actually way easier to reason about this kind of system where everything has their own responsibility versus a big ball of mud with no discernible internal structure. But, well, so to summarize, I would say that polyrepos are great because they offer team autonomy, they offer technological freedom, and a cleanly separated architecture. But if polyrepos are so great, then why am I here? Why am I giving this talk, right? So let's say the web app team and the landing page team, they want to share some code, right? They want to extract some shared React hooks to share. How would they do this? Well, they would have to create a new repository. They would have to set up testing, linting, and building. They would have to publish that to GitHub. They'd have to set up a CI pipeline and publishing to registry, and then they'd have to make PRs in the landing page and web app repository to use those changes. And that's a lot of work. No one wants to do that. So as you can imagine, people just say, well, you know, just this one time, I'm going to just copy this code over and use it here. I don't want to go through all that hassle. And of course, it's not just one time. It happens all the time. And now things are in completely different worlds, right? If one team finds a bug and fixes it, the other team might not even be aware that that bug exists in the first place or have the fix. So as you can imagine, this does not scale well. People are always going to be on different versions of different libraries, afraid to upgrade, and things really quickly become a big mess. And even if we look at just the front-end part of this application, let's say one of those bug fixes required a React version upgrade, right? So while everyone started out on the same synced version, life happens. Some people upgrade, some people don't have the time or they can't upgrade, but some people need to upgrade because of some bug they're fixing or some feature they need. And in this setup, nothing is stopping anyone from importing a React 17 component in a React 15 app. And who knows what might happen when you do that. things might work just fine for a year, and then they might break in the most unexpected and random ways. And the same goes for a back-end front-end relationship. So let's say there is a shared interface that the front-end and back-end teams are using. If the back-end team decides to change that without coordinating well with the front-end teams, they might just completely break them in production. Then we need to find ways to work around that, like having versions of APIs or feature flags or the like. But what this results in ultimately is this kind of constant state of fear, where everyone is on their little island, afraid to upgrade, because they want to break their fragile equilibrium that they've built. So while team autonomy is great, in this case, it comes at the cost of isolation, and isolation harms team collaboration. So to summarize, poly repos cause issues because of inefficient code sharing, because of high code duplication, and because of complex dependency management, all of which ultimately result in isolation. So Dan has gone through all this, and he is way on the bottom of that pit I was telling you about earlier, right? He's trying to drink away his sorrows. He's just spent weeks fixing issues that should not have been there in the first place, and on meetings with other crews trying to coordinate stuff. And he's had enough, and I sympathize, honestly. But then he learns about a new approach, the monorepo. So instead of having a fleet of spaceships, they actually just have one large spaceship, where they still have teams and crews that can act autonomously, but they all work together in one big spaceship. And this might seem like a daunting approach at first, but there's actually lots of upsides to it, which we're going to learn about together with Dan. So before we go too deep into this, I want to kind of get aligned with all of you on what a monorepo actually is. So I like this definition, which says, monorepo is a single repository containing multiple distinct projects with well-defined relationship. It's quite a mouthful, so I'm going to drink some water before I explain it to you. So the first part seems obvious, right? Multiple distinct projects. If I have just one application within one repository, that is not a monorepo. That is probably a monolith of some kind with no discernible internal structure, right? So I definitely need multiple projects. But if I just put 3 apps in a folder, that is not a monorepo. That is just code co-location. So that's why the second part is important, well-defined relationships. As soon as I start breaking out some code maybe and clearly defining what parts of my repository depend on what other parts, then we have a monorepo. And that actually has a lot of benefits, which we're going to go over. The first I want to talk about is atomic changes. So remember everything that was involved in sharing code in the polyrepo setup, creating the repo, linting, testing, publishing, making PRs, making more PRs, setting up CI, etc. It's a lot of overhead. Well, in a monorepo setup, this becomes really simple. I can just make a change to a shared library, and then because everything else in my repository is importing directly from that library, they just consume the changes instantly, and I can test everything together. So in a monorepo, with a single PR, I can make all the changes required across the entire system to make sure everything works. And then I can test it together. So I can ensure that on any given of these atomic commits, the entire system is in a state where everything works together. There's no more juggling dependencies and just praying and hoping for the best. I can actually make sure that everything works together in a state. As you can imagine, that makes code sharing way easier, right? I just create a new folder, put some code. That's it. And because code sharing is so much easier, code duplication goes down as well. People never had an issue with sharing code, right? They just didn't want to go through all those steps and they didn't want the overhead. So if it's easy for them, they'll gladly do it. And because I have one repository, I can define workspace level dependencies. For example, one React version for the entire workspace, one TypeScript version for the entire workspace. So there's not going to be any of those weird issues with mismatched dependencies importing from each other anymore. And ultimately, I can create new projects way easier. There is already the entire infrastructure there. I have the React version there, I have the CI there already. It's super easy to just create a new folder, create an app, import some of the shared code, and get going. And that kind of brings me to my next point, which is consistent tooling. So in a polyrepo world, as you can imagine, every team finds their own solution to problems. And that's a good thing in principle, right? We want the team autonomy. But there are certain things that could be shared. For example, if a couple of teams can agree on a shared way of testing or building their code, then the mental overhead for each developer in those teams goes way down. They can just go to another project and Webpack or ESBuild or RSPack or whatever. That's simpler. And I can also make sure that all my tooling works the same, so there's not going to be any weird quirks where one team is building it like that and the other team like that, and they're incompatible in some way. It's all consistent across the stack. So to summarize, I would say that monorepos really give you three big things: velocity, safety, and mobility. And all those things I talked about, they contribute in different ways. I'm not going to go over all of them. But let's just take atomic commits as an example. Because I can quickly and easily make changes across the entire system in a single commit, it is way faster than if I had to make many different PRs to different systems, wait for everyone to coordinate, so the velocity goes up. Because I can make sure that everything in the entire system is in a state things work together, we have more safety, right? No more praying that releases work together. And because it's so much easier for any developer to contribute across the entire stack, they will gladly do it. They will go to other projects and contribute code there. So developer mobility goes up as well. All right, so monorepos are great. I hope you're all sold on them by now. But they do require a certain base level of collaboration, which is why I want to add this disclaimer saying, if your teams hate each other, they won't like working together in a monorepo. It makes sense. But one of the common misconceptions about monorepos is, or one of the things people are worried about for monorepos is being too tightly coupled to other teams, especially if they don't like those teams. But that's actually a misconception in many cases, because in a monorepo, you still have full control over who contributes to your projects, about what kind of tools you use, and about when you release or when you deploy your code. But there is a validity to the point. There is a certain base level of collaboration required. You need to agree on the monorepo tool you use, for example. You probably also need to agree on the CI pipeline you use. But that allows me to make another point, which is monorepos are not an all or nothing thing. Most of you probably aren't Google. They need to put everything together in one gigantic monorepo. It's fine to have multiple monorepos. We build monorepo tooling, and we ourselves have monorepos. Anyway, I hope it's fine like that. We have multiple monorepos ourselves. There's the NX repo for open source code and plugins and the like. There's the NX Cloud repo for closed source code, infrastructure, and stuff like that. And then there's the NX Console repo for our editor extension, which is released independently. It could be in the open source repo, but it's mostly like that for historical reasons. But it's fine. You can have multiple monorepos. You can gradually adopt things into one repo and group things as they make sense. Just do what feels right to you. So I hope you're all sold on monorepos. Solve so many problems, as I've talked about already. But what issues do they present? There's a couple, but gladly, everything can be solved with good tooling. And I'm going to use NX as an example in this next section, but I want to give a shout out to the site monorepo.tools, where you can go, you can learn about monorepos, and you can actually also look at all the different tools available to build monorepos with. And all kinds of authors from all those different tools contributed, so it's as unbiased and fair a comparison as it can be. All right, so I'm going to go out on a limb here and make a little bit of a crazy statement, which is running tests takes time. I mean, maybe it's not the hot take I thought it would be, but if we put all those projects together in a monorepo, then doesn't that mean that if we want to test things, it just takes longer and longer and longer? Well, yes, but that's where good tooling can help. So NX can, through analyzing your imports and through configuration, build this project graph of your monorepo. You can see an example here. There's a card app, there's a products app, it's probably some module federation setup or something. There's some libraries that they share, there's some libraries that they don't share. And with this, it actually becomes really easy to track what is affected by a certain change. So let's say I make a change to the product detail page. Because we have this project graph, NX can tell you that the products page itself has changed. And that means we need to rerun all end-to-end tests. But there's no way I could have broken the card app in this case, because there's no path in that graph from the card app to the product details page. So already when we're testing things, we just have to test 3 projects instead of 20 or how many ever there are on here. And it also simplifies your CI a lot. You can just say, hey NX, please test, lint, build, and run end-to-end tests for everything that is affected in my repo. And that is it. That is your CI pipeline now. It's really simple. So with that, we have successfully uncoupled the time it takes to run tests from the size of the monorepo, and instead we've coupled it to the size of the change. So if we make a big change that affects a lot of projects throughout our repo, we're going to have to retest a lot of things. It's going to take a long time. But if we just make a small change, then we're only going to have to test a small number of projects. And that makes sense to me. All right. So what else can we do to make this faster? Let's say I want to run a build by using npm run build -- production. There's a lot of things that actually go into deciding what the output of that build is going to be. We have source files, we have configuration files, there's task parameters like -- production, external dependencies, and probably more. So all those get taken together, some computation is done. At the end, we have an output, in this case, a JavaScript bundle and an HTML file. So with NX, we add a computation cache to this. And how it works is that when we run this build, we'll actually compute a hash for all the inputs. And then we can save that hash together with the encrypted outputs in the computation cache. That means that the next time we want to run this build, we can just compute the hash again, which is very cheap. And then if it's already in the cache, we can just replay it without doing any computation, meaning our build goes from minutes to milliseconds. And the cool thing about this is this computation cache can be shared across your entire organization. So in a big monorepo, someone is always doing work running code, right? Whether that be my colleagues halfway across the world or your CI system. And that means that when I log on in the morning, chances are someone has probably already done this build, and I can just replay it instantly, get started with my day. So in an NX monorepo with a distributed computation cache, we can make sure that no work is ever done twice, ever. And that's really powerful. All right, so in the average case, we can already save a lot of work here. But let's say we modify something deeper down in the graph. Potentially a very big portion of my graph is going to be affected, right? Maybe everything. There's going to be the worst case where I have to retest and rebuild and run end-to-end tests for everything in my entire repo. And for a big monorepo with hundreds or thousands of projects, it could take days. And that's not reasonable. So how do we deal with that? Well, NX, because of this project graph, can actually construct a task graph of your project. So here's an example for running our build for our VS Code extension. You can see that in order to run the build, we first need to build the generate UI, we need to build the language server, then we can combine all those artifacts to run the actual build of the extension. And with this task graph, NX can make a lot of smart assumptions and optimizations. For example, we can decide what can be parallelized across that. We can know what order things need to be run in And we can do all that before ultimately building the actual extension. So as you can see, this is already a lot faster than just running things sequentially. But there's only so much you can do to parallelize, right? Your machine only has so many cores, and if we have a lot of tasks that needs to be run, we run them all in parallel on a single processor. Those tasks are going to take longer and longer, and there's going to be a limit of how much we can do with just parallelization. So we need to distribute those tasks across multiple machines in order to keep things in a reasonable time. How do we do that? Well, let's look at our example again of running affected for build, lint, test, and end-to-end tests in CI. With a big change that affects a lot of things, we might have a lot of tasks that need to be run here. A naive way of splitting this up onto multiple machines would be saying, hey, let's just run one kind of task on one agent. But as you can see, this is really inefficient, right? Because agent 3 is building and building and building, and the other ones are just idling, wasting money and resources and time. So that's not good. And this doesn't work for another reason, which is these tasks have dependencies on each other, right? You remember the task graph I just showed you. So in this case, for example, the end-to-end test relies on the build to be run first, and it needs the artifacts from that build. So they need to be run on the same machine. And suddenly, this problem becomes very complicated, where we need to make sure things are run in the correct order. We need to make sure things are run on the right machines as the other tasks they depend on. But also, we don't want to waste any time, and everything needs to be distributed optimally. And that's really complicated. Well, NX kind of solves that complexity for you. We can just say, hey, please start a CI run, distribute this 4 agents. And because we have the task graph, we know which order things need to be run in. And because we have the distributed cache, we can completely disregard that other constraint of saying things need to be run on the same machine. You can see we can just run the end-to-end tests on a completely different machine as the build. And because we have the computation cache, agent 1 will never know whether the build was run on itself or another machine, because it's just replayed from cache in milliseconds. And that's really powerful. And because it's so simple as well, we can start just playing around with it. And let's say this is still too slow. I want to have even faster CI. I can just change one number up there, increase the number of agents, and it's faster. Or let's say, actually, this isn't that time critical. I want to save some money. Let's just do 2 agents. And with just changing a single number, things take longer, but are cheaper. So this is a really powerful feature, and it's actually required as your monorepo grows, because there will inevitably be the point where you cannot just run everything sequentially when there's a big change in your monorepo. So after learning about this, Dan is happy, right? He looks focused, he looks content, he is not drinking for once. That's actually all we've been seeing him do so far. And if you want to be focused and content like Dan, and maybe get that amazingly chiseled jawline as well, I would recommend you go over to monorepo.tools and check it out. Or you can just trust my expert opinion and go to nx.dev and read our documentation. So Dan is happy, that means I'm happy, and I hope all of you learned something. And all I have to say is thank you.
Wow. That's cool. That's really cool. I can't wait to test this and this cloud stuff. So you get to choose from Tine.
Thank you. That's the best kind of gift.
Yeah, no worries. And you got also some questions. So,
right.
So a lot of questions actually. So I don't think we can do them all.
Feel free to just come up to me afterwards and ask more questions if you want.
Exactly, right? So one question is, can you share code outside of NX monorepo? Export some of its packages to NPM, for instance.
For sure, yeah. It's the same as if you just had some packages that you were publishing. You can say, hey, I have this code and I'm using it internally, but some of it also should be published to NPM, and you can control that, and it's no problem whatsoever.
Great. And another question is, you said we can have multiple apps, right? Distributed across your same monorepo, and we can share the same React version.
Yes.
What if you want to create a new app with a newer version of React, and you don't want to update the other one? What would be the
that also works? It's no problem. So the single version policy, we call it, where you have one version across the entire stack, is not a requirement. We recommend it because we've noticed that as your workspace scales, it becomes really messy to have all these different versions. But it makes sense that, as I said, like life gets in the way. It's not always feasible to do this. So you can, no problem, just have all your apps on one version and then another one, maybe something that's like the team is really lazy and they just take too long to update things. They can just be on their own version. It's not a problem. There's some features you miss out on, of course, because if everything is synced, we can make even more assumptions about your workspace, but it's no problem.
Great. Awesome. Another clap for Max. And let's do the picture. Thanks. With this side of the crowd, so chill and be crazy. Be crazy. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is actually the break now. So we're gonna get back in 30 minutes, so that will be 11:15. But before I have some stuff to give you, so we're gonna do some jokes, right? So you are now playing for some socks, t-shirts, crystallized t-shirt, and Sentry bottle, right? Are you ready? I don't know them by heart, so I'm gonna read. I'm sorry, right? I tried, but you know. So let's do it. Why are functional programmers poor? No one? You have to try. If you try, you get something. Nope. But you get something anyway. What? Nope. Ah, almost something close. No, not this. No one? It's because they don't get inheritance. Right? It was good, no? Why do advanced developers like fishing? So by the way, this one, we invented it during our summer retreat last week, so it might not be good at all, but let's try. Why do advanced developers like fishing? They like the struggle? No. It's not bad. It's not bad. No, I need to throw this stuff away. Okay, because they love stream. Okay, let's. I have some easier run, right? But you need to work on stuff, right? So, what did the Git engineer ask to the waitress? The Git engineer. Git engineer. Almost. What do you do on GitHub? On GitHub, you want to get access to a project. You want to write access to the project. So what do they ask to the waiter? A fork. Thank you. Okay, one more, and then we can go to a break. Okay, why did the React component feel so stable? No? No? Nothing? Why does the React component feel so stable? No. No, because you can control his state. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Andre. Okay, I'm freeing you now. Enjoy the break and see you in 30 minutes. There is. Yeah. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back. Should we call some of the people outside, or let's wait like 1 minute? I should do that. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Who wants to ask people if they want to join? Can you do that? No? Yeah? No? You want everyone in the room, right? It's better. Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the cheese, right? The Brunost. I did. And also this little shot of vitamin things. That was weird, but that was really good. So can't wait for the next break, which is going to be very close, right? But let's continue this conference. We have David from Norway, who is going to talk about a library that you guys most likely know, which is React Query, and is going to explain to us why it's awesome and how we can leverage all the power of it. So welcome to David on stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is David. I'm working as a senior front-end engineer and architect. Can you see my presentation? There we go. Yeah, my current project is within Norwegian Digitalization Agency with a project named Altinn. We are today going to talk about 10-stack query with React implementation, of course, which is all about how we can simplify data fetching, mutations, and how we can handle error handling and unit testing. It's all about the user experience. So by using this library, we can create great user experience for our users, but also we maintain great developer experience. But first of all, we have a lot of spinners when we do client-side rendering. For example, we're loading the front page, and then the user navigates to another page, and then back to the home page. We got the spinner again. And this make a client of flaky spinners all the time when fetching data. So we need to increase that user experience by using kind of 10-stack query, for example, where we have built-in caches, so we have the data updated. So then we have the developer experience. If we implement data fetching without 10-stack query, we can do something like this. We have 3 states we need to maintain. We need to know, is the page actually loading? Do we have any errors, or do we have the data? To making the call, we have a use effect, which is running on mounting. We are invoking the fetch home page, which is setting this loading to true. And the spinner is start going to indicate something is loading. We're doing the API call, and then we get the setting the homepage data, and we can display it to the users. Here we need to have a try catch, because if something goes wrong, we need to set the error, and we need to display the error to users, and this is a lot of boilerplating. And again, the data will fetch every time the component mounts if you go back and forth. Of course, you can resolve this by using Redux or context API or any kind of global state where you can access the data from every component, every routes and pages you want. But then you can use it like this. You go and use app context instead, and we can check if you already have the homepage, we do not fetching. But if you have it, don't have it, then we do a fetch homepage and we're setting into the global state. But there are some challenges to do it this way. The first of all, it's a lot of boilerplate code, a lot of state management. We need to remember to reset these loading states. Of course, we have earlier see how this can be resolved using Rect 19, which is quite nice. But again, it's error prone and it's hard to read and maintain over time if your code base is growing to be more complex. And then we have a simple caching here, which is, in my opinion, quite bad because you don't have any way to know if the home page is invalidate state or stale. How do you know when you have to refetch it? And if the app context here has saving the home page in local storage or something, you will never get a new version of it. So caching is quite hard and it's quite complex topic to discuss. And therefore, in the real world, we have a lot of more scenarios we need to deal with when we're talking about mutation and fetching. So in my point of view, when I'm hired to solve my clients' problems. and their clients' problems, customers' problems, which means I'm not want to use all of my time to figure out how to deal with caching and how can I deal with prefetching and how to implement all this by myself. If I do so, I'm saying yes to more complexity. I'm saying yes to a deeper learning curve for new team members because they need to understand how we have created our own way to do caching and prefetching and so on. But instead, I would like to welcome the 10-stack query React instead, which has a well-graded documentation, have a well-defined APIs, which make it easier to onboard new team members and maintain the code base over time. So, not enough presentation. Let's go into the coding examples. So I'm creating this demo app for this purpose. The first time we need to fetching the home page and we get the data. I have, just for information, I have mocked an API which is quite slow, just to make it easy to see the loading and the spinners. For example, if I go to the books, we have the possibility to add new books here. So for example, I can delete. We're seeing it's updating the list. It's quite slow, and it's gone. And if I add a book here, for example, React Norway, so I publish this here. So when I'm clicking adding now, you have, okay, it's loading, the list is updating, and then we got the data. It's quite bad user experience because we need to wait for the spinners and loaders. But if I now navigate between the pages, for example, to home, to books, you see the data is there, but it's still doing a refetch in the background to get the latest data. This makes great user experience because you can show the latest available data to your users and doing refetching behind the scenes and updating the list if there are any new data on the server. But again, can we improve this by using optimistic UI, which was the same we saw earlier today with React 19? So if I'm adding a book, for example, React Norway 2, now it's you, and I'm adding the book, we can immediately adding it to the list and displaying a spinner or something to indicate it's actually saving, but we intend it will works fine. And if I delete one, it's gone right away. And we'll see an updating list. It went well. Let's try again. That went well. I have a randomness if it goes well or not, so hopefully we will have an issue here. Not this time, of course. But what happens if it's not able to delete it? If we get an error message telling we couldn't delete it, and we'll get a snapshot of the old state, and the list is complete with all the books again. I can dive into the code. So first of all, to understand 10-stack query, we have some important stuff here. It's something called query client. The query client is where you have all of configuration about your queries, about the cache time, stale time, retries, and so on. You can see it as a global state where the cache is stored as a context. You can use this in the top level of your app in the index file if you want to, but I prefer to wrap it inside my custom context. So we use the query client provider here instead. And the reason for this is to make it easier to write unit tests later on, because then you can just mock the implementation of the APIs. I will show it in a bit. So if we go back to this page. So when I am adding a book, right here, we'll go and see that in code. We go to the pages, books, optimistic books. You see there. So what we do here, we have a use books query, which is a normal use query for 10-stack query. It's a quite simple custom hook, which is using the use query directly from 10-stack query. We are passing in a query key. The query key is like an ID for this kind of, for this query. It's important, it's unique, because this is the query key is what's defined the cache key. So if I'm using this query key, the next time it will give me the cache data if it's available. If there's no cache, it will go go to the backend and doing the fetching the data. So in here we have the data. We know if it's is pending or is fetching. The difference between is pending and is fetching is that is pending is the first time you're loading the page, you show and display a spinner on the entire page. But if you have a background sync, you already have data in the cache. You have the is fetching, which means it's in the background and retrieving data and updating the list when it's done. And this way you can show spinner like we see in the list here. Sorry, I just changed code. The spinner up here is fetching. It will show the spinner. And if I refetch the whole page, then it's pending, which is actually the state we're running on. So we have the books, is pending, is fetching, and we have something called mutate. That's about mutating or changing the state on the server. So when calling the mutate, you're just passing in the payload. For example, in this case, it's the form for title, author, and year. So yeah, so if you may get the right readable code. So is pending will display the fetching if it's pending, and you will have it's updated if it's fetching, and you will have the possibilities check if the book has an ID or not. If you don't have an ID yet because the server hasn't responded, you can show a spinner to indicate this is an UI. So let's go for mutation. So when you mutate it, you have on the form. Yeah. So everything you need to do, you have a form which have a handle submit. And since I'm not on React 19 yet, I use the prevent default. I'm retrieving the form data. I'm taking every entries out of the form data and pass it into the mutate function, which comes from the use optimistic add book mutation custom hook I have made. What we can see in here, you have the same mutate function, is the add book, but when on mutating is running, we are canceling all queries which tries to get the books, retrieving the books. The reason is that we don't want something else's destroy our list. So if I add something here now, and some other code is invalidating the list, this optimistic UI will disappear. So when displaying optimistic UIs, we need to cancel all other queries that goes against this query key. We take a snapshot of the previous books, because if I'm adding a new book and the server responds with an error, we need to remove it from the list of the optimistic UI here. So we take a snapshot of it. We use the query client. We can set query data to the cache. We need to inform which cache key or query key do we want to append this data to. And we go to all books. We spread the old books, so we get all the books on the list, and we're adding the new book as well. And then we return the previous book's snapshot. The reason for this is when or on error, we're taking the set query data again, we're mutating the cache, and we're adding the previous data instead. And therefore, we will be removing the optimistic UI element from the list. However, regardless if the request is on success or on error, when it's settled, we're telling the query client to refetch all the books behind the scenes. So what we're seeing here when I'm adding a book, we're seeing that soon it's now fetching behind the scenes. Right there. So that's how you can mutate with optimistic UI. If you want to mutate without optimistic UI, it's quite simple as well. We can go up to my hooks, mutations. Yes. That's all you need to do. So without optimistic UI, you just have a function, which is the axios.posts or whatever you want to. And you have an on success telling the query client, when this is successful, just invalidate the cache, and then the Tensor query will go and refetch the list again. This is the demo of demo app, I want to show something more we are using in Altin Studio. Reason I will show a little about Altin Studio is because we are using 10-stack query a lot, and also in more complex solutions. The Altin Studio is a product where you can build apps and forms without need to code. You just drop and drag components, and you can see your forms or your apps you are building. The difference between this product and other products is we are actually creating a Git repository, so all of the files here will be our actually app. So when the node code tool has not features you need, you can just eject it and start continue reading and building on your code by yourself. So we have all the source code here, so you can continue to development if you want to. The reason why 10-stack query is grateful for us here is because we have a lot of files and configuration files, which depending on each other and has reference to each other. For example, if I go to this one and drag in, we have something named ID. If I change this ID, I can just commit this first so we can see the changes easier afterwards. If I change this ID to something, now it's going a mutation to the backend, and the backend is updating all of the files that depending on this ID. So if we now commit that change, you will see two files. The ID changed in the VPN and process file, and the ID has been updated in the layout set.json file. And somehow, when we're mutating files on the server, we need to know on the front end that this has been updated, so we can show the correct data to the users. The way we are doing this is that the backend is sending a WebSockets event, telling the front end that, okay, we have changed all of these files. I can show you right now. We have a use WebSockets hook, which is connecting to our WebSockets, and we get some events. The file sync is success, or the file sync is error. If the file sync is successful, we got a list of sources. It can be all the file names we have changed. And then we have an invalidator class, which is mapping the file names we have to cache keys. So when the web backend is telling us, okay, we have changed now the application metadata, layout sets, and policy XML, we actually can invalidate all of those queries right away and get it updated. So this way we can have the communication between the front and the backend and stay updated with the data. And we find it quite beneficial because the API for 10-stack query is quite easy to understand. It's quite easy to work with, and quite easy to have dependent queries. Dependent queries is all about if you have a use query, which is, for example, you need to fetch all of your customers before you can fetch the invoices, for example. You can use query, use the query and then fetch the, I can show you an example of it, it's easier. You could do like this, for example. You can use query, and then you're just passing in the query key, which is something you want. It needs to be an array, something. Then you have your query function. The important stuff about the query function, all it needs to be is a promise. You can pass in whatever so long as it's a promise. The next thing is you have something called enabled. If it's false, it will not execute at all until it's true. So if I want to have all the layout sets before executing this query, I could say like, if I have layout sets, then you can execute. This is how you can create dependent queries without making them going at the same time. Another approach we have used it for is when we are looking at the front of this Altin Studio project, preview on this right side. The preview is actually maintained and built by another team. So it's not about Altin Studio team, it's a team apps team. But we are using their iframes into our application to be able to display a preview of how it looks when you're building your application. The issue here is how can we update the data right away? So if I'm adding a description here, see hello, how can this be updated inside this iframe right away when I do this? The reason is that I have the query client is added to the window object, so we can using their query client invalidating their queries to retrieve the new data. So this way we can also use invalidation in a great way to have the UI consistent update, and we have control of how and when the data is stale or not. And from there, I will recommend everyone to see on 10-stack query documentations. It's a great documentation showing you the great explanation about why and how, and what's the reason of this. And it's quite important to understand that this is not a competitor to Context API or Redux or so on. 10-stack query is mainly focusing on having a great asynchronous state management and the server state. So I prefer to have all of the data where I'm fetching from the server in a React query cache, and every client-side generated state in a Context API or Redux. For example, if a user is toggling between a dark and light mode, it could be a Context API or the Redux instead. But if the data is coming from the backend or from the server, I prefer to reuse the cache from 10-stack query, because then I don't need to coordinate and synchronize the data and in the front end. So if you're passing the server state into the context or in a Redux, you might be able to have conflict or invalidate the data which is not updated as you believe. And you also have maybe issues about you're combining client state and server state into one context or one Redux store. The query client is main thing you should read about first. The query client is the top level about when is the query stale time, when is it the cache is invalidated. It's quite aggressive at the defaults, but actually it's quite good as well. Yes, that's all I have for my talk. So thank you for me.
Thank you, David. So I was looking at the question.
Yeah.
We don't have so many, so maybe they forgot to ask questions. So if you did forget, don't forget for the next talk. I do have a question, actually. Okay. Here's your cheese.
Thank you.
You know, it's not like you don't know it from Norway, but you know, it's always good. Question is, you know, to do the segue with what we discussed this morning, we can see that React Query is much more advanced to do everything described, right? Connection between states. Do you see, or is it already possible to actually load the data into the cache of React Query from the server, or is it not possible right now?
You can use 10-stack query with the server-side rendering apps, Next.js, for example, if you want to, but sometimes I don't see the reason to do that.
Okay.
Because Next.js comes with a great way of caching. I have a great built-in fetch API, so you get a lot out of the box. And this framework or this library was created mainly for client-side apps at first, but it's possible to use it with server-side rendered apps as well. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Another clap for David. Let's do the picture real quickly. This way. So we have this crowd this time. Right. Don't be crazy yet. Next time. Now you can be crazy. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another clap. Let's clap. Now it's time to welcome someone else called Cristian. Where is Cristian? Oh, Cristian is here. Perfect. So Cristian can understand me, right? Because he lives very close to France. And the fun fact about Cristian is, for lunch, he's actually crossing the border, right? So he's living in Switzerland at CERN. He's going to talk about the foundation of the web, forms, right? Forms are, at least in terms of mutation, forms are the foundation of the web. And he is going to explain to us how forms are formidable. Welcome, hey. Cristian. Happy.
Test. Oh, awesome. Right. Good morning for another 15 minutes. My name is Cristian. I'm going to be talking about a very boring subject that puts you to sleep before lunch, not after lunch. So stick in there. I'm going to talk about forms, like Sébastien said. Okay, and the tagline there is quite long. It's building composable, reusable, testable, and modern forms in React. Let's get to it. So first, it's like the traditional who am I slide, right? I'm a software engineer at CERN. I also do some architecture business on UI matters. I've been around here for around 6.5 years in different teams. Currently, I'm working in something called business computing. We're interacting with a lot of stakeholders in order to build modern tooling for CERN. And I'm also a guide in my spare time. You see that I'm wearing a helmet and all of these things. That doesn't mean I'm a construction worker. I just, safety first. It's the most important thing. So a bit about CERN before we actually jump into the talk, so everybody's focused. People think we do this, right? So people imagine that we're opening black holes, alternate realities to another universe and so on, and we're trying to revert the Big Bang, whatever that means, and so on and so forth, right? People imagine that we're building black holes and all that, but in reality, we have several goals, right? So we sponsor discovery through science. So fundamental physics research is our main, let's say, dish. But then we also look at technological innovation. We care about diversity and bringing nations together, and also inspiration and education. And I would like you to focus on the last bit over there, okay? So this is Atlas. This is the biggest detector that we have here at CERN. Well, there at CERN, actually, in Geneva. If you come visit, don't worry, I can take you downstairs. We can watch it together when the machine is off. But this is not what I do, right? And this is not why you're here. So what we actually do, but with React, is related to the fourth mission that you saw there on the slide, right? So it's outreach, it's education. So we have this new conference center / exhibition center called the Science Gateway here at CERN. If you go to sciencegateway.cern, it's a top-level domain, you're going to be able to book your visit to CERN and so on and so forth in this beautiful tube-looking futuristic industrial thing, right? And basically when you get there, you scan a QR code and you see all the activities, you fill in some forms to do that, right? And as you can imagine, the back office part of it is quite ugly and big because you need to provide all the metadata in order to schedule things for the future days and so on. So you want these forms to be as manageable as possible and for you to be able to change them in a very easy way, right? Now the question comes, are we solving all the problems? The answer is yes. If you look at the web, it was started at CERN. The first web server was developed by Tim Berners-Lee and his team. And the hypertext markup language, HTML, was also developed at CERN around that time with the W3 consortium. And if you look at hypertext 2.0, right, so that's 1995, you can see that forms were defined back then, right? So that was a very, very long time ago. And you have all the building blocks of everything that we have right now in forms. So we have inputs, text fields, passwords, checkboxes, radio boxes, images, and so on, right? And then you have a submit button and a reset input. Okay, yes. So this thing exists since forever, but since we're doing things on the client side, at least we are, you can do them on the back end, and maybe you should, then our life got much worse. So you want to build a React form, right? You go to the docs, or you Google, how to build a React, and the first thing that you get is this documentation page. And it's the legacy website, and it says, look, if you want to build a form, then you do it like that. You just define your input and so on. But actually, what you should do is go to the new React docs. Okay, let's go to the new React docs. And this is what they have for you. You want to build a form? Fine. Use state, on change, value, and so on, right? How many of you are doing this when you build a form? Okay, not that many. So how many of you are building forms? Also not that many. No, I'm joking. So still, if you want to do that, if you want to do client-side form validation, you're kind of limited. We're going to see in a moment, right? So if you want to do anything more meaningful, you're going to have to do a lot of work there. MDN helps you a bit, so they give you some information. You also have the React documentation, but it's very limited. If you want to architect a form, then this will not take you very far, right? And this is what's missing, right? So we don't have complex controls, we don't have validation, which is non-trivial. We don't have composability, right? So you have all this state, which is kind of tying your components together. So if you want to yank things out, move them around, it's going to be pretty hard with all the state going on there. And also to be able to test them easily. But that's fine, because React is a library, let's not forget, right? It's not a framework. You're not everything with React. And now you start looking for libraries, right? And you look at some past attempts of using forms in, like, developing forms which are non-trivial, right? So you have Redux form, and then people were like, maybe it's not a great idea to maybe it's not a great idea to use Redux, right? So it died, as in it's not really maintained anymore. Then you get to React final form, right? So React final form, final, right? It's something which is done. It's there. It's the last thing. Well, that's also dead. The last release was in 2022. Okay. We keep digging. We keep searching. We find Formic. Oh my God, that's amazing. It says build forms in React, but without the tiers. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then you Google a bit more and you find this thing. Is Formic dead? And then basically the creator says, yes, it's dead. Don't use it. Use something else. But then it points you to something interesting. It says use React hook form. Okay, let's see what that's about. So this slide is more or less about all the things that you're going to see happening there in the demo code, but basically React hook form for your forms. Then if you want to do any kind of complex validation of your data types, you should use TypeScript, please. And then you should use some form validation library. We use the app for historical reasons. You can use Zod or whatever else, right? If you've heard about these. And then maybe try to do something domain-driven. I'll show you in a second what that means. And then modern UI components. So you don't, I mean, if you have time to build your own component library, amazing. But we don't have time to build a component library because we're busy building tools. So we build the tools with an existing component. We chose Material UI in this case, but you can choose something else as well. So think domain-driven design, right? In the middle, you might have seen this from some clean architecture people, right? So basically you have the domain in the middle, you have some business logic which wraps around it, and you have the UI that the user interacts with, right? And all interaction comes down through the onion, but it never goes up, right? So the domain doesn't talk to the business logic in any meaningful way and so on, right? And in your code, it would probably look something like this. So you would have the model, right, that you define as your type and so on. You have a validation layer, which does the business logic for you. So look, this is a mandatory field. This is yada, yada, yada. And then you have the presentation layer, right? So you have the part which is declarative, because that's why HTML exists, right? Or in this case, JSX, right? So you want to have your form as declarative as possible so that you can move things around easily without having to break your code, right? All right, so let's look at some examples. I'm going to show you several things, and basically we'll go on from there. All righty. Now, we have a simple control form based on the React docs, right? So I want to build a form. Okay, so I want to do this. I submit it. There's no validation. It just says, this is what you submitted. Okay. I type something there. I submit it. Okay, amazing. So how do I do validation in the traditional example? Well, let's see, simple form. Can you, is it good like this as well? Okay, cool. Yeah, so you have this very simple form here. It's an input. When it changes, it changes. And you have onChange, which basically sets the form state based on the event that got triggered and so on. You prevent defaults so it doesn't call the server because we're doing client side. And then you're displaying the form, right? That's just a JSON string. So if I want to validate it, let's use HTML5, right? So I just put required here. Nothing happens, right? But if I don't put anything in first name, then I get this ugly guy, right? You can tweak it, you can style it, you can do different things there, right? But still, it's quite browser dependent, right? So maybe you want to look at something more complex. Also, how would you do more custom validation? Let's say I want my input to be of a certain length or whatever. Then whenever you submit, you need to add all your validation logic, right? So that grows and grows and grows, it grows, and then it like it gets unmanageable at some point. We can do better. Let's see hook forms. So hook form basically behaves in the same way. I just added some validation here, so you see how it works. But how many of you are using hook form for your? Okay, there are some people. Okay, cool. So basically, the hook form looks similar to what you've seen here. Ignore the styling, that's not very important. But basically, I have a first name and a last name input over here. And for the first name, so I use a hook called useForm over here. And I use a hook form of a certain type, right? So luckily, I'm using TypeScript, so I can use that information that I have here to say these are the fields that I'm expecting, right? Which is cool because the register function that I get from the hook, it actually knows my data types, right? So it's already a bit better because I already know what I can use when registering my fields, right? So I register first name here. I can say that it's required, which basically does a similar thing to what the HTML5 validation does. But when it changes, it's in the firm state. So you get errors. You can also get things like is dirty, is valid, right, and so on. So these are things we can display here. Right. Oh. Yeah, okay. Of course. Yeah. So valid false, dirty true. It's true. Okay, that's interesting. So now it's valid. Now it's not valid. Now it's valid. Now it's not valid. So every time you actually tap into the into your input field, your errors are going to get populated, right? So these errors, they get defined based on the type that you pass, which is also great because then you have strongly typed error handling because you know, okay, errors.first name is this and so on. But what's the problem here? So still, if I want to, I can do this, but then I need to define my styling for all the inputs, for all the things that I want to put in my form, and this will take me some time, right? Let's go to a third example. So these controls look a bit better, right? So I click submit. It says this field is required, okay? And I say I want a lab workshop to schedule it. Ignore this test field. It doesn't do anything, right? It's going to take us to the next step. We'll see in a second why. So the task was the following. I have to implement a form which says, please give me the activity type, give me some information over there. And when you're done, show me the same form, but in read-only mode, so that I have a step 2, let's say, of the form, right? So basically, when I click submit, I should see this form still, and I should see some extra fields which are basically extending this form, right? So I take a form and I extend it as I would the class. How would you do that? Well, luckily with hook form, you have a very interesting piece of functionality here, which allows you to define your own custom components based on your method of styling, on your chosen method of styling. So, and it's all based on a context, right? So you have this form provider context where basically you pass in everything that hook form does. We'll get to the schema in a second. And inside, let's dissect a bit hook form text field, right? So this is this text field that we see over here, or hook form selector, which is basically just another component. So we need to make this generic again, because in principle, we can pass in anything which is defined inside our form. For example, if I have my activity type here, I'm going to pass it. Well, I'm going to pass it to hook form selector. Activity forms. There we go. So I'm going to pass it to hook form selector, and the only thing that I'm specifying to actually control this field from my data, right, is the name of the attribute. And this can be nested as well, right? So imagine you have a nested object and you have activity.id or whatever, right? This knows, this can infer based on the type that you use inside your form here. So this is use form, actually this is wrong, right? Because it should be use form of activity. And inside what I'm doing, I define something. So let me first go to the React hook form docs, and it says, look, this is the TypeScript support that you get. Amazing. If you look at the examples, there's a very, very small amount of examples which you can actually use. It's more like, okay, look, this, you can use it in some way? Probably not. I mean, you have to dissect it, you have to understand what's going on there. So when you want to define your own custom control, which is controlled by your hook form, you need to define type, which extends field values here. Okay, so T is the type of the thing, right? Of the value that I'm accessing right now, right? And for example, T is going to be whatever is passed here. So activity in this case, right? So activity is going to be the T which comes here, and field values is just like a normal. It can be anything actually with the string keys. So an object. And using this path, what you do, you pass it into something called a controller. You pass the control inside here. So basically you use the form context in which you're in right now, and you define your control, right? So you have a form control, you have a select component which comes from material UI, and you control it using whatever the field gives you here. So in this case, you just explode the field over here. And for example, for onChange, we don't want to call onChange unless something happened. I don't know what happened there. Yeah. And then you can also use the errors, right? So you can get the errors for your specific key inside your object and display them in the UI, right? So how does that look like? Where do these errors come from? Well, we need to end up looking at the activity. So type activity, let's see what it is. It's here. It's in the beautifully named use activity form schema hook. So we talked about how we display things. We showed a bit this thing. I'm going to modify it in a second. But now we're talking about the domain itself, right? So this is my domain. I have an activity which has an activity type of type string, okay? And then maybe I want to define something like, I don't know, is bookable, a Boolean value, right? And what I want to do is to define the validation schema for this certain type. I can infer it. So there's a magic possibility to actually infer the schema. Well, actually, to infer the type from the schema, but I'm doing it the other way around. Assuming that I have the type because it's provided by the backend somewhere, I want to use it here. So object schema of activity is supposed to be the thing that this hook returns, right? And obviously, you can see from the error that it's like types of default fields are incompatible between these types. Property is bookable is missing in type shape of yada, 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 right? So it knows that I added a new thing. And this is what should happen because you're going domain driven, right? You change the domain, the validation schema doesn't work anymore because it's not the same thing. So how do I define it? Well, I say, look, I have an is bookable field as well, which is a Boolean. Will this work? No, because, well, why not? Because it says type Boolean or undefined is not assignable to type Boolean. Because when you say Boolean, it could be a Boolean or it could be nothing because you don't have that thing in the object. But I can say that it's a required Boolean. How do I make it work with this? I make this nullable, right? So well, I can have let this be undefined, right? Or I make it required, saying, look, you need to select the value. And this is the error message, right? Of course, you can add your internationalization on top of it and whatever you want. And this activity form schema, then we use it inside activity form to define our schema for the form. So we have the type, we have the schema. they come together, and we use something called a resolver in order to translate from yup into something that hook form can use in order to validate our thing properly, right? And now, now that we have hook form text field, we have hook form selector, but I want to define something which looks a bit like this, right? So something which says, can you select this, or yes, no? Well, in order to do that, I need to define my own control. So I'm gonna call it hook form yes no radio, okay? Which has a label. If I want to style it in a certain way, I can do it. And again, like I said, I define a controller with the name of the field that I want to control from my form. I pass the control which comes from the form context, and I render it, right? So inside here, I'm going to have a form control, and I'm going to cheat so we don't lose a lot of time. We have, let's go with this bad boy. We have this thing. I copied too much. There we go. All right, let's do the imports. So this is all from Material UI. Insert your own favorite library here, okay? And the row, what does the row come from? Oh no, that doesn't matter in this case. Yes, so, yes. Yeah, so I define my radio control here, small one. If I want to disable it, I don't know, I don't want to disable it now. And then it's like, okay, do I want a certain label, or I just show yes? Okay, I show yes. And then I also need to define a false. If you want to define certain custom values, feel free to implement your own thing. So now that I define this, how do I use it? Well, I can go back to my activity form. Let's get rid of this trash. And I import my hook from yes, no radio. Right? And I need a label and a name, right? And maybe SX props. Why did I make this mandatory? There we go. Perfect. Now, so what did I call the thing in my, is bookable, right? In my field, in my form. Okay. Like this. Okay. Let's ignore the tiling. It doesn't matter right now. Well, we don't really see, we see that there's an error here, right? So we're highlighting the thing, but we don't have, we don't use the errors, right? So then again, in order to do that, you either select errors of name, or you can use a get that comes from React hook form. That's not important, but basically it's like in the text field, for example. If I want to show the error, I have a helper text, so it's like, okay, if there's an error, then show me this, otherwise something else. In here, yeah, whatever. Span. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, of course you need to style it properly and so on. But now it's a custom component which shows a yes/no radio, right? Which has validation according to my schema, right? So when I do yes, this and this, submit. All right. So now we're getting to the second part. So we need to get rid of all of this stuff and move it to activity form step 2, right? So step 2 is going to contain the same form plus some extra fields in there. Well, because I'm doing everything declaratively, right? So these things are just a couple of fields which are not doing much. What can I do? Well, I can just yank them out of here. And I define a new component saying, I don't know, activity form initial fields or something. Yeah, and well, let's go. Oh, yeah, there we go. And here we're just going to pass in the activity form initial fields, okay? So this guy is reusable now. We can just take this piece of the form and put it somewhere else, and it's just going to work like so. So let's define our form again. And for lack of time, we're just going to define another schema here. Yeah. There we go. Well, this is not going to be activity. I mean, it could. Yeah. And I define my form provider again, and I put the same fields inside the form, right? So there's nothing magical going in there. Reuse, right? We're just reusing field things that come with their own implementation, neatly tucked in. Okay, let's just define this guy. This is of type activity, right? Because this is after all the validation passes and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, one thing that I need to do in the previous form is actually pass the data to the new form, right? So what I can do here is, well, I can navigate to the other thing, and then I have the state, which is an activity. So on the other side, I can state, use location. This is a React router, okay? It shouldn't come as a surprise. Okay, and then let's just cast it. State equals state as. Okay, so another thing that I can pass in here is the default values. Sorry, default values. And yeah, let's spread my activity state over it. Okay. Okay, let's go. So, oh, actually it came in already filled in. So this is my activity form, right? I fill it in as before, I click submit. Nothing happened. Why? Well, actually I'm in activity form step 2. So what I did, I basically filled in exactly the same form that I had before, but with the data that came from the previous form. So, and this is all neatly tied in and packed up into the activity form initial fields, let's call it, right? So now I can add my own stuff. Go from text field. Yes. And we put the name equals, I don't know, title. Label. Actually, yeah. Just one. Oh. Yeah. So now we're putting, I don't know, description English, description French, because we're a bilingual organization. Okay, so I fill in the form, and I use the previous fields as a template in order to define my new form in another place, right? Composable, modular, modern. Right, and now the problem is that I have my schema actually doesn't really conform to activity, right? It's something else. So let's call this extended activity or something. And we have everything plus activity, right? So then it's like all these bad boys here, they come here and they're strings. to make things simple, we're just putting everything as strings. Okay, why are you complaining? Okay, all good. So, yeah. And now the resolver complains. Why? Because the schema doesn't conform anymore, right? It's this. So what can I do? Well, I can do my new schema is the schema, but with some new fields, right? And then I define my stuff here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. These guys here. So now, of course, I need to pass string from yup, format everything nicely. Okay, it doesn't complain. And now I extended the initial form by just using whatever fields I had defined before, plus adding my own stuff on top of it, right? If I want to test it, well, vtest, oh no, expected spy to be called only once. Oops, I opened something else. You know the drill. You define your form somewhere, you put it in here, you test it. If you want to test your own custom components, that's simple as well. You just put them in a very simple form. You use hook form in order to render those fields. You play a bit around with the inputs and so on, and then it just works. All right, last little bit, and then I'm done with you guys. There are alternatives as well. So from the previous talk, actually, that was interesting. If you're curious about defining forms, but you want to build them in a, what you see is what you get kind of way without really focusing too much on building the UI. Our colleagues from the library, so CERN SIS is like the library department. They're doing analysis, preservation, and things like that. They developed a thing that's called React Formule, and basically it's built on top of a JSON schema form where you can add your own fields nicely. You obtain your JSON schema form from there, and then, well, actually, what did I put there? I just put crap. Yeah, there we go. Text. Yeah, you can define the title of the fields and so on, and then you can reuse that form in some other places. So this is an open source project. It's available on GitHub. Yeah, it's on GitHub actually. So if you want to have a look at alternatives, where you want to have a low-code solution, you can maybe check this one out. It's using Ant Design, and I think it's pretty married with Ant Design. So in case you're not using that, you might want to open a pull request to make it more generic. All right. It's always a team effort, right? So what I presented, all this kind of stuff that we're doing is not just me, myself, and I. It's with all these beautiful people that I'm working in the team at CERN here. So a shout out to them. And I just wanted to thank you. If you want to scan the QR codes, you get the presentation and the internal CERN GitLab repo. If you want to check out the code, I'll push whatever we did here. Thanks a lot.
Woo! Thank you, Cristian. Here is your cheese to bring back to Switzerland, where you've got a lot of cheese, but this one is different. Better, right? We do have questions, actually. And I think those are tricky questions, so
okay.
Let's do it. Let's see, maybe not. So the first question is, you've compared different forms library, right?
Yeah.
What was the process to compare? You said it was just because it was kind of not maintained, outdated. But if they were not, what would you check?
Okay, so basically what we did, we started using Formic initially instead of React Hook Form. One of the things that we were facing a lot with Formic was issues related to validation. So it wasn't triggering the validation of certain things when you wanted them to, and it got kind of ugly. You needed to kind of force things around, which was one of the issues that we had with Formic. And then if you look at the GitHub page, it's also an interesting thing. When you try to use a new library, check all the issues that they have defined there. And if there are a lot of issues, lots of glaring issues that nobody is taking a look at, that probably shows you something about the health of the project.
Great, nice. Thank you for this answer. And the other one is, okay, all that stuff is client side, right? The
Yeah.
forms. How would you make this work with server action and the forms that with React 19 or Next.js, etc.?
So yeah, I didn't talk about actually calling the server in any kind of way, right, from your form, because that's something you should do on the outside of all the form logic that you're doing there. So everything that we saw here should stay like that. When you have an action, when your form is, let's say it's filled in successfully, you should do your actions in an outer layer somewhere where you don't see it. And then I think React hook form works by default on the server. So if you want to do server-side rendering, then you don't need to do validation twice, right? Because that's the annoying part of doing client-side forms. You're going to need to do the same kind of validation in the backend. So, but yeah, this doesn't mean this works only on the front end. You can go to server components with it directly.
Yeah, right. You can still submit, and the
Yeah.
flow will continue.
Yeah, and then whatever you're doing with that data is up to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Let's do the picture, right? If you may.
Sure.
Anywhere. Not in front of the light. We're learning from last year. The chill one. There we go. And the crazy one. Woo! Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's the break already. And because it's the break, it's also joke time to win some goodies and stuff. So he mentioned that a little bit, so I'm giving you a hint. But what is a ghost favorite type? Boolean. You did it right. Nice. Nice. So you're gonna get a Crystallize t-shirt. And the cool stuff about Boolean, right? If you are wrong, it's just 1 bit off, right? Okay, I have another one. Actually, it's gonna be lunch, right? So how many front-end developer in the room? Front-end developer and back-end developer? Okay, cool. So here we can help each other, right? So because why does the backend developer can launch together and front-end developer cannot really launch together? I mean, they have hard time to launch together versus backend developer. Okay, I can do this one again, I think. Right? So I forgot it, that's why. Where it is? Oh, here we go. Why do backend developer each learn alone? Each launch alone? Oh, it's close. It's close. It's something like that. It's because they don't know how to join table. See, it's much better when I read it, see? Okay, and so how long does a loop last? Huh? You won already something. How long? No one? No? Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. I think we can. This one is valid, right? The answer is for a while. Right. And for the last one before the lunch, how many people from Norway do we have in the room? Sweden? Finland? How do we call developer coming from Scandinavian country? Nordics. So now it's time to lunch. So the lunch is there, and we come back at 1:30, 1:45, and we're gonna talk about even more crazy stuff and cool stuff. So each lunch, digest, and come back ready for the next step. Thank you.
as well.
Because there is.
Hello.
All right. Do we have everyone? Not sure yet, but people are coming. I hope you've got a good lunch. The food is amazing. If it's the first time, remember to come next year. That's going to be also amazing. So don't digest right now, because for the next 4 hours, 3 hours actually, we're going to have some talks that we as we had this morning, and we're starting Elian from Astro. If you don't know Astro, you should have a look, and after this talk I'm sure that you will have a look. So
I hope
good
so.
luck.
I hope so.
And welcome
Cool.
Elian on stage.
Thank you. All right. Cool. I'll wait for the slides. Okay, cool. First of all things Astro, that's what I'm going to talk about. Who am I? Well, I'm Elian. I work on the Astro core. I'm also a co-organizer of React Brussels, BGS, React Paris, and another one that's coming soon. But also I organize devs.ghent, so I'm from Belgium. I live in Ghent, so that's my local meetup. You can find me online at Elian Codes. So if you take any pictures or have any questions after the Q&A, whatever, you can come to me here, of course, but also just use Elian Codes online on any platform. I'm always there. Cool. Astro. You're not here for me. You're here for Astro. Who knows Astro? Okay, quite a bit. Oh, that's good. That's good. For anybody else, awesome. I'm going to explain from the bottom up, and then we'll go a little bit deeper. So you don't need any like prerequisites. Let's get started. So first of all, think of Astro as a comparable framework to Next or Nuxt. Who has used Next or Nuxt? Almost all hands, right? Perfect. So it will make a lot of sense. Like you'll get the concept. First of all, this is what the Astro syntax looks like. Very familiar. At the top, you have the imports and your normal JavaScript or TypeScript, even if you wish. And of course, down below, we have a JSX-like syntax. So nothing very unusual. But there are some twists, and I'll get to those. First of all, this is the actual the syntax of my own home website, which is, of course, very beautiful. I know not many people like it, but you might not like it. It is what peak app design looks like. So I'm a very good designer, you know. Cool. Very, very familiar. Cool. But actually, we ship 0 kilobytes of JavaScript by default. And I'll get to that. So imagine next, you have this application or this website. It's all blocks. And actually, all of those components will require JavaScript to render, which doesn't actually make a lot of sense if you think about it. Because in the footer here, it's all static links. Why do I need JavaScript to render them? Well, in Astro, you don't. In Astro, we'll like compile it all down to native language, HTML and CSS, which is awesome, right? Because you don't need it. And by default, of course, you get 100 everywhere in Lighthouse because of that. Of course, you have to do some SEO tweaks. Makes sense. And that's why we say Astro is ideal for content-driven websites. But I hear you thinking, what if I need interactivity? What if I need buttons to be clicked and actually some JavaScript to be rendered? Or maybe I have an interactive component. I need that. Well, we have something about that. It's called client directives. Think of it as shipping JavaScript to just one component. And I will get to that. So we have a couple of those. First of all, it's client load, client idle, client media, and client only. Client load will just ship JavaScript to that component always whenever it's on the page. Client idle will wait until the browser main thread is free and then ship JavaScript. So it might be ideal for your lazy loading components in a sense. And we have client media. Ideal for, of course, things on mobile. You want your mobile button to be interactive, but only if it's actually on a mobile page. Makes sense. Client only just skips our compiler entirely and ships the runtime that you choose. So then we take that same page that we looked at earlier, and actually we can require some JavaScript in our components and just ship our header because there is a button there. Our sidebar might be interactive, opening and closing, or maybe we want to an image slider and we want to use a component for that that's using JavaScript. The cool thing is, of course, that Astro is in heart and in soul open source. So you can totally build your own. It's totally extensible. And of course, what do you get if something is open source? A lot of people build cool shit on it. We have this one. It's built by a colleague of mine. Client Rainy in New York. And guess what that would mean? No? It basically means that you will only ship JavaScript to that component
if it's raining in New York. Yeah, there is a reason I didn't build it, because if it was raining in Belgium, it would be just an if true statement. Cool. We call that client island architecture. So islands, because you have interactive islands of interactivity on your full static page, in a sense. One thing I didn't explain yet is you can use any framework on top of it. It's bring your own framework. So if you have a component in Vue that you want, or maybe a component in React that you want, or in Solid, or even anything else, or LPing if you want, you can totally do it with Astro. And that, all combined, makes Astro ideal for like speedy websites, content first. And last year, we shipped Astro 2. And Astro 2 featured an amazing addition to our system that already was very good. It's called content collections. And content collections offer you a way to work with markdown files in a very easy way. It's completely type safe. You can just see them all here. For instance, how that works is with a thing called Zod. Anyone heard of Zod? Good, perfect. That makes a lot of sense. And that you, of course, get your type safety of your markdown content in your normal TypeScript or JSX-like files, which is really, really handy. But we also brought hybrid rendering. And hybrid rendering is really cool because you can improve your page speed on just one page. For instance, I need an API, but everything else is static. Then we use hybrid and only make that website server rendered. Or maybe the other way around. Maybe you have a highly interactive website and you need a lot of server rendering, but maybe there is just one endpoint of your blog that can be static. You can totally do that with hybrid rendering. And I'll show how that works later. But then with Astro 3, we shipped a very, very cool feature, view transitions. Who has heard of view transitions? Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, it basically is like this. This is actually an MPA page. So multiple pages. There is no JavaScript required to have this. And actually, view transitions is a browser-native way of making your typical SPA feel in an MPA. So it's really awesome. You can see it's very smooth here. You have transitions, but actually, it's just an MPA. And the coolest thing about this is that it only requires 2 lines of JavaScript to actually write it in your page, which is awesome. But now, since last week, Chrome, I think 126 shipped, and actually has support for CSS view transitions on multi-page applications. And why is that awesome? Well, because totally native, with that same 2 lines, you have this. Look at that. That's a full MPA page without any JavaScript at all, which is actually mind-blowing if you think about it. Cool. Of course, that's not the only feature that we shipped in that major. We also have image optimizing, for instance, because if there is one thing that might slow your pages down, it's images, right? And by default, we mainly get PNGs maybe from our designer, but actually you just put them into Astro. You use our native Astro assets module, and it just will render a WebP image for you that's automatically optimized for you. But what about picture? Picture is way more difficult to use, but also way more performant. Well, you can totally do that. For instance, here, we just say, hey, this is my image, that's a PNG, but I want it to support in AVIF and in WebP. And we'll just output that for you. And if your browser supports AVIF, it will use AVIF. And if it doesn't, it uses WebP. Super fast and all there for you to use. Then later on, we launched Starlight. Starlight is a smaller one. Who has used of Starlight? Heard of Starlight, sorry. No one. Oh, wow. Oh, one in the back, Max. Good. Probably because of my talk. Cool. So Starlight, basically, think of it as Docusaurus. Docusaurus is a documentation generator for React. Well, we have that same thing, but of course, you can use content collections. You can use islands, so you can use React, or you can use views, felt, whatever you want inside of Starlight. So it's majorly well-engineered. It's awesome. And actually, it's 1 year old last week. And it actually is getting used quite a bit at bigger companies as well. So if you are looking for a good solution for your docs, I highly suggest you check that out. Astro 4. Astro 4 is amazing. It was really cool because we shipped a dev toolbar. And a dev toolbar actually can mean a lot of things. I mean, Vercel has a dev toolbar. What do you use it for? Not really. But in Astro, well, in Astro, you have the audit tool here. And the audit tool will show you where are my client components? What are the props of that client component? Is it loaded lazily or is it loaded like instantly? You can all see that without leaving the browser. Even just open up a component directly from the browser into your VS Code is just done with a click. Cool. But of course, we wouldn't be Astro if we didn't have the other two. And that's actually auditing your accessibility tooling. And your accessibility is very important because the web by now has reached millions and millions and millions of users. So we want to include all of those people that have accessibility issues. And you can address them here. Like, for instance, you see here that we have, oh, this image has no alt tag, or maybe you forgot an area tag somewhere. Well, our audit tool will tell you that as well. And of course, open source, so you can totally plug your own. For instance, Sentry has a really cool one, or Storyblock has an amazing one where you can see your CMS blocks right in the toolbar, so in your browser window. Easy. Content collection caching, bless you, by the way. Content collection caching is really cool. It's still an experimental feature, but of course, if you have 3,000 pages of documentation, like we have at Astro, because we translated into 11 or 13 languages by now, it's quite heavy to build because CI also costs a lot of money if it runs longer. So imagine you have this page, you change one typo, and you have to rebuild all 3,000 pages. That actually doesn't make sense. So what content collection caching is going to do is make sure that it only re-renders that one page, which actually speeds up our documentation builds by 80%. And of course, that's not everything. I just went quickly over what Astro is. But people always ask me, what's next for Astro? Well, we have been working on some really cool things. We just released a video of actually what is coming next as well. But I'll just show you live some coding. Are you up for that? Yay! Okay, cool. I'm going to quickly change my displays. So give me a second here. Let's do a mirroring. All right. Cool. You all can see my coding? Thank you. Is that big enough for y'all? Perfect. Cool. So what do we have here? It's a very stupid web page. It's basically Hello React Norway. And what does it display? It's a guest book. I imagine React Norway had it on their page and you want to have a comment like, hey, React Norway was really cool. But you want to, of course, have that listed somewhere. So we want to post our comment here. And by now it's full static, so it doesn't actually work. But of course, we're going to make it work. So let's do that. Where do we start? Of course, first of all, we're going to need a database because we want all those comments to be in a database. I'm going to use AstroDB for that, but you can use, of course, any database you want, being it Superbase, Postgres, whatever you want. But just for me to be simple, I'm going to use AstroDB. And how do we do that? Well, we're going to define a comment here. So let me get into my editor and do const comment equals define table. So that's just a table, and table, of course, has columns. And let's give him some columns. So let's start with an ID, which is a column. Let me import that as well. Column dot, let's do a number. Oops. TypeScript really has to do something about those ugly ass errors. All right, so we know that we have a title for our comment. So let me do a title, which is a string. Actually, that's called text. I'm sorry. So text. Let's do maybe the body of the comment. So column.text. Maybe we want some likes to know how many likes there are, but also we want that to be default 0. Perfect. Or maybe let's make it 1, so everybody has at least like some recognition, right? And maybe we want a name, like who posted this. All right, that's it. Then we want to feed that to our database. So let's do comment. All right, now we have our database. So maybe now let's seed the database because we want to actually display some comments. So let me import the comment here. So comment. I'm quickly going to have to restart the dev server here. And then let's say await database, and then let's insert something. So far, so good. This makes sense, right? Yes? Good. All right, we're going to make it an array because I want actually 2. Title, and maybe another one. There we go. And maybe actually, now that I think about it, I want to make a created at because I want to know when actually something was inserted, right? So let's do that, and let's make that a default that is now. So always the server time whenever it's inputted. Cool, that should make sense. So now, when we go to our page, it still doesn't display anything because we haven't fetched those from the database. So we're going to do that. In the index page, this should feel very simple to you all. So how are const comments equals await, because you can use top level await, and then do select from the comment. And actually, that's it. And now we probably, is the mic still working? Okay, yes. Probably we want to delete this one. There we go. And we want to map over those comments. That makes sense, right? So comment.map, comments.map, and we want to take a comment and return something. So let's delete that. All right. Oh, I forgot one. Cool. I don't care about you, bye. I'm sorry. And maybe we want to actually use something. So a comment that should probably be the title. So c.title. And in the text here, we want the body. So c.body. And we want here the name. So c.name. Posted on, that might be c.created at. And then dot. Actually, normally I should have my type safety, but I don't know why it's not working. Let me quickly reload the LSP here and reload the project, whatever. No, not working. A space where? Before? That shouldn't matter. This one you mean? No, that shouldn't matter. Probably it's something wrong with something else. Okay, we're not going to care about that. It should actually work. Comment is not defined. Oh, I just have to import it. That makes sense. Live coding, you know. All right, so that we have created ad. Do we have? Nope, still not. Okay, doesn't matter. That's what we have. That makes sense, right? Just looping over all of our comments. Maybe I want the actual likes here. So c.likes. And now everybody gets a like. Yes, exactly. Okay, cool. But now we actually want to post a comment. Like what happens if we have a post? In this case, I have built a second page that is the post.astro. And we want to have an action working in the background. So Sébastien this morning used actions. Well, we have the same concept in experimental still, but you can use it with any framework you want. So I'm going to do it with Solid. Who has heard of Solid? Are there actual users of Solid here? Not really. Oh, a couple. Okay, cool. So it's basically very familiar to React if you ever used it. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and I'm going to make a new component. I'm going to call it .tsx. And then here I'm going to default function form, sure. Let me then return, and then just exactly the code that I copied. So now I can import the form here. Import form from components form. And now we can just do it like this, form. And now, if we go to the post page, it's still there. And this is actually using Solid live. So that's really cool. But now we want to do something with it. We know we have all of these here. So we're going to use them. And do you remember how difficult it was to use transition, then use the action, and then the state, and then accept the form and make the form data? Was quite interesting and difficult, right? At least I thought so, because in Astro it's way easier. So we're just going to do it like this. So input, let's say it's just, I know that it's a form. And then let's accept, and that's z.object. I don't know why it's erroring. Shouldn't actually be erroring. String, any's up, whatever. We'll see if it works. Like this, name, title, body. We know we're going to use those. And then let's take those. So the name, title, and the body. Actually, this is very weird. This shouldn't be happening. Let me just reload everything, see if it works. If it doesn't, I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. Okay, seems, nope, never mind. We'll see. Okay, so what I want to do in the handler, let's say, we just want to create a new body, and we don't do it like that. Sorry, Copilot. We just do it like insert into comment with values, these ones. Okay, let's hope if it works. We'll see. That's the action. Yep. So what we want to do in the action is actually, or in the thing, in the form, we want to get the thing, and we want to do something with it. So we're going to use prevent default standard. Now we want the form data. So let's take the form data as being an HTML form element. And then we're just going to do await actions dot, and there it is, comment. And then we want to put in the form data. Done. And let's make that async as well. Done. That's it. And then we'll just simply, I'm this is actually very hacky. You shouldn't do it like this. Location.href, and let's navigate back to /. All right, let's see if it works. Dev server is running. I'm just going to client load that. Sorry, I forgot that. So let's do client load. That makes sense. All right, let's see if it works. Elian, hello world. Let's see if this works. Will it work? Nope. That's actually, oh, we do have a post going, but it's not working. Why? We have the accept, we have the action. Okay, this is very annoying. It should work. But of course, git checkout main. We always have it. Let's quickly do it like that. Discard git checkout main. Yep, that seems good. So what did we do different? I don't see anything different. Well, so if it works now, then I have no idea what I did wrong, but it should do exactly the same. So title, hello world. Let's see if it works now. And now we did. So yeah, no idea what I did wrong there. But basically, it's very simple. And what it actually does is it's only one island still on that page. So if I go to my audit tool here, or my inspect tool, you can see there is one island on this page. And that's actually, of course, the like button. And if I go to the post, you can see there is one big island. That's that form. So if I go back and I click now on the likes, it's actually there. And also, if I reload it, it stays like that. One, because it's in the database, but also because we passed the initial likes. So I'll show you how that works. It's actually quite easy. So on the default page, on the index page, we have here the like, and it's client load. And we pass the initial likes with that comment.like. So we know we have that many likes in the database. We know the actual comment ID. And what we do then in the action is basically just select the comment out of the database, check if it actually exists. Makes sense, because if it doesn't exist, you can't like it. Then say the comment is not found, if that's the case. Otherwise, just update the comment and return the full comment, and then actually use that likes. It's quite easy. And I think that's actually basically everything that you need to know right now. So who's going to try Astro now? Good. Because it's actually a really cool tool. So if you want to stay updated on either me or Astro, you can always follow me at elian.codes, or just like this at elian.codes, wherever you want. We also have our official website there. We have official documentation on docs.astro.build. We have a full Discord server where you can ask for support if you need it. But also, we have a newsletter if you want to stay updated on some features in your email inbox. That might be really easy for you. Thank you so much, React Norway, and hope to see you soon.
Wow, I'm in love.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Me too.
definitely. I want to try so many things. I think everybody was mesmerized. So there are no questions.
Perfect.
So, yeah,
but I can go on for hours if you want.
I do have the question though.
Yeah.
The first one is, what would be the best framework for you? React, Svelte,
Choose the best tool for the job. It depends, because you can also mix and match them. Like imagine you have an old website in Vue and you have a new website in Svelte and you want to combine those. Well, but I don't think you should do it, but you can do it if it's needed, like for a migration path, for instance, that can be really useful. You can use your image slider, for instance, in Vue, put that on your page, and then next up there, put a Svelte component. That's totally possible. So yeah, choose the tool for the job or whichever you're most familiar with. And in my case, that's Solid or React.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And the second question, for the sake of it, can two islands talk together?
Yes and no. By default, no, because each island is completely isolated. But what you can do is create a shared state. And that's actually, we have a project, well, we use a project for that called NanoStores. So NanoStores basically is a store, like you would use Pinia or Redux, whatever, but it actually uses the local storage as the base. Yeah. So yes, you can.
Awesome. Thank you, Elian. Here is
Thank you.
the cheese
Oh!
for you. And let's take that picture so we have it for everyone.
Where do you want me to stand? Here?
Well, you choose the crowd you want behind you. I love this. Okay, let's get crazy. Woo! Here we go.
Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Yeah,
you,
thanks to
everyone.
you. So the next speaker, she's gonna get ready pretty soon.
Oh yeah, my mic. Sorry, Dominic.
That's fine. That's
Make my
fine.
way over.
It might be time for some joke. Do you think? A simpler one, right? And because she's gonna sing, I'm gonna introduce Dominika a little bit later. So let's do some joke. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Exactly, because light attracts bug. You get a crystallized t-shirt. Here we go. Yeah, this one. Okay, this one. I think we know each other now. I can do it. Do we have Java developer? That's fine. Okay, 2. Okay, it's not against you at all. Yeah, go for it, Dominika. Sorry. So, why do Java developers wear glasses? Okay, you knew about it. Okay, why do CSS designers never get lost? Because they know how to position themselves. Okay, nobody win on this one. So, welcome Dominika on stage. So, fun fact about Dominika: if one day you go to Krakow, she can bring you and sing karaoke, right?
Sure. I have a list with all places with karaoke in Krakow and, split it by work days. So we'll find a place for you.
And can we sing right now? or- No,
But you
I'm
have to
not
sing with me. Maybe let's leave it for the after party. And,
Okay, for tonight. Perfect. A clap for Dominika.
Hey, thank you. Hello, everyone. I see few faces super happy that I am not singing. So let's check. Do we have any karaoke lovers here? Okay, at least few of them. Do we have front-end developers here? Majority of us. Are there any testers? No one. Backend developers? Okay, UX designers? Cool. Who of you really love to create a new code? Okay, and who of you loves debugging? It's not so cool, yeah? But according to Robert Martin and Clean Code, the ratio of time we spend reading versus writing is well over 10:1. And much often we have to add something to existing code or debug something or test something than writing a totally new, amazing code. There's one really big catch. If you're a web developer and want to test each change, it's really difficult. Also, when you are trying to solve problems, you are finding a new amazing tool. You spend hours to install that, to download that. You spend a lot of money to buy a license and everything. So after some time in the IT industry, I recognize that sometimes you don't need all amazing, super powerful tools, and Swiss Army knife is all you need. Just to make it clear, you can't reconstruct your home just without Swiss Army knife. But you can check what is happening, what tool you need. You can fix some smaller issues and so on. And today I want to talk about Swiss Army knife in your browser called Chrome DevTools. But before we will go there, a few words about me. I'm Dominika and I am programmer from education, profession and passion. I work as a senior software engineer in Qualtrics in Krakow, Poland, for those who don't know. I'm also a Google developer expert in web technologies, and you can find me on Sessionize, Twitter, or X, and LinkedIn. So if you want to talk about accessibility, web, tooling, or karaoke, you can find me there. Okay, let's go to Chrome DevTools. Probably majority of you already heard the basics about that, yeah? That's a set of web developer tools built in directly in your browser, available for free. And if you want to open that, you just need to use the screen shortcut visible on the screen, or find a menu, more tools, and developer tools. But But today we are not talking about the basics. We will talk about things that are hidden there and majority of people don't know there's something exciting in from DevTools, and that's the plan for today. So a little about CSS, because we all love fighting with CSS. Later on, something for lazy clickers guide, and the third thing, working with dependencies. Okay, so the first thing first, CSS. Who of you sometimes feels like this guy? Me, very often. Even if I am senior developer and I spent a lot of time on fighting with CSS, I'm still struggling with that sometimes. So, but you know, you probably seen this page, right? But without CSS, it's just that. So, sorry, we still need CSS in our life. And I want to show you some tips on how I'm working with CSS using Chrome DevTools. But there's one warning, time for live dev, what could go wrong, yeah? So I have photos of cute dog for you. In case something go wrong, just take a look at the dog, okay? Don't mind me, just focus how cute she is. Okay, let's go to the demo. So as I said, probably you've seen this page. But according to Colorblind Awareness Association, 1 of 12 men and 1 in 200 women in the world would see it differently because of colorblindness. And for some of them, this web page may look like this, this. And you can preview how your web page or any web page available in the internet will look like for people with different vision deficiencies, just using Chrome DevTools. So when you open your Chrome DevTools, go to More Tools and Rendering tab, where you can find a drop-down called Emulate Vision Deficiencies. And you can choose many different options here, like no red, reduced contrast, or no blue. So I strongly recommend just changing this setting for a while. Try to use internet as normally you do, and see if there are problems on your web page or any other web page. It's more just to feel how your audience is seeing your web page. But let's be honest, this approach, it's not the best when we try to fix all issues on our site. And very often, we have a situation that, for example, we have some legacy code, we didn't work on the web page, and someone is asking us to adjust it to new color palette or to fix all accessibility contrast issues on the web page. And for that, we have a tab called CSS Overview. In few seconds, it's generating summary of all CSSs on your web page, including list of all colors used there. What is super cool, when you click on this color, you will receive a list of all elements where this color is applied. And when you click on that, you will be redirected to Elements page, so you can experiment, play with that. We have also list of colors with contrast issues, like here. And just take a look. It's the button on the website to buy a ticket. Let's go there and let's check CSSs. What's more, when you are here, you can click on the color picker and see that contrast ratio is marked as insufficient also here. What is cool, you can just click this button and Chrome DevTools will propose you a new color, as close to the original one as possible, but fulfilling the criteria about this contrast ratio. So when you don't have UX designer in your team, or you're working on your side project, you can easily detect and fix all problems with insufficient color ratio from here. If you are interested in accessibility, and you should, because European Accessibility Act is coming and it's super close to us, you may also check this little button, unfortunately not really good visible from here. But thanks to this button, you can switch between HTML view and accessibility tree. So you can see how your HTML will be translated, for example, for screen reader. As you can see, the same element is still selected. So you can see that this HTML, a ref something, something, something is translated for link, it's focusable, and so on, so on, so on. If you want to find that, go to Accessibility tab. You have to check this checkbox, enable full page, accessibility tree, and then you can switch between those two views and hopefully fix all issues with accessibility on your web page. Okay, come on, where's my presentation? Okay, cute doc again, fortunately, without, I don't need it. If you need a picture, how to go to vision deficiencies, overview, how overview looks like, it's time for, taking pictures, accessibility tree. Okay, time for the most difficult question in IT. Can you guess it? You had a lot of exercise with jokes today, so I really believe you can answer that question. Yes, how to decenter the image. And of course, I have a picture for you for that as well. So how backend developers doing CSSs? And for those who can't see, yeah, there's a ruler. So, please don't do that. Please, please, please. There's a better way of doing that. And we are going to example to show that. Okay, cute duck again. And of course, I'm opening from DevTools. Let's go to styles. And someone told me there's something like display. And when I type display flex, I have a pop-up showing me which property is responsible for what. So I can just click justify content. I can just click align items, and voila, picture is centered. Super cool, right? Especially when you don't remember those parameters or you have juniors in your team. What is also super cool, some properties cannot be assigned. And you can see that this one is grayed out. When you hover over this eye icon, there's explanation why this property not applied. So when you are debugging something and you see that some properties are not applied on your web page, you can just check in Chrome DevTools. Maybe you are missing some super small thing in another place. So it helps a lot with smaller issues. Okay, it was all about CSSs. Let's go to the lazy clickers guide. I'm lazy. And each time when our QA person is coming to me telling about pulls or bug, where repro is longer than 3 steps, I'm just disappearing, yeah? Because, okay, I can do it for once, maybe 2, but when you debug something, you have to rerun that, you have to play with that. Oh my God, it's so bad when you have to do 10 or 15 clicks to go to the specific state where you can work on the issue. Fortunately, there's a solution also for that. Let's go to our webpage again. And here we have, for example, form. Okay, maybe differently. There's something called Recorder tab. Have you ever heard about that? Okay, a few people. So we can create a recording on some actions on the web page. Let me start a recording. I will call it React Norway. You can select some attributes. For example, when in your company you use some convention like data test ID, or you can just leave it empty and use predefined selectors and start recording. I will click buy a ticket, click a ticket, and put my name here. And I will end recording here. So you can see the timeline of all events I performed. Now, I can just replay what I already done. And as you can see, it's replaying. You can also, of course, edit that. So you can add some additional steps before or after. You can remove the step. You can also change the value which is put in the form. Let's say here. And of course, you can choose if you want to replay it slowly or faster, depends on what you are doing here. What's even better, you can export that and you can create automated tests based on that. So you can export it, for example, as Puppeteer format, or you can use some extension like Cypress. And of course, it can't fully replace manually written end-to-end tests, but it's super beneficial. And personally, I use that a lot, sometimes just tweaking some parameters that are needed. One more thing which is cool in this view is performance panel. So often we struggle with performance of some specific scenario. So here, it will collect all the data and create this view of performance of this specific scenario. So I can work on that. Won't talk about performance today because I could spend hours talking about different optimizations and everything. But yeah, please remember that this function exists and it's super cool. And it was lazy clicker's guide. Fortunately, doc was not needed. If you are looking for recorder tab, find more tools and recorder. And the third thing for today, it's you, not me. So yeah, let's be honest. It's how our internet looks like right now, yeah? And we are adding a lot of assets to our web pages. So please, when you go home, just check coverage tab. It will tell you, for example, how much unused code you have on different dependencies on your web page. What is even better, it will mark in red lines which are unused. So you can easily define what is not used on your web page and can be removed maybe from the first load, maybe totally. When you generate Lighthouse report, there's also Lighthouse trim up. So you can easily define unused bytes from this view, and I strongly recommend doing that because I'm pretty sure that after doing that, you can discover that you may be the person from the image. We have also, this always fight between front and the backend, yeah? And we have to somehow define who is responsible for the bug. Of course, QA person is happy because, they found the problem. But let's go to the demo. What we can do with dependencies on our website. And to do so, we are going to the view called network. We have to reload the page to see all dependencies we have. And let's, for example, scroll to see only images. As you can see, this item is responsible for this image. When you are trying to define how your web page will behave when you are missing some resource, for example, this image cannot load, you can block request URL. So to do so, you have to find the given request, right-click on it, and use option block request URL. Now, when I reload the page, this image is not loaded. So in this case, it behaves correctly. You can test the same way how it will behave when you are missing some third-party dependency, for example, on your web page. Woo! Okay. So you can do a lot of testing thanks to that. And you can prove that, for example, some network is, some dependency is broken or not working, or are you prepared for that something is not working? Each request can be also copied as a CUR. So here you can copy that in different formats. You can call it from terminal. You can call it from different places. So it's very useful with debugging. Or when you ask your client to generate HAR file, so it will save all requests into special format, so you can later on download it and view all requests like here in Chrome DevTools and see, for example, what failed for a client. It's super useful when you have team responsible for contact with clients, which is not really technical. So you can ask them to prepare this HRR file for you, and you can reuse it for debugging some problems. What is also cool in this view, throttling. You can use one of presets, or you can add your own custom profile and simulate slower internet connections. So check how the web page, maybe not check, simulate how the web page will look like, and of course, how slowly it will load for you. And there's one more thing I want to show you. That's the most problematic demo in my try, so I hope it will work. Yeah. So when we add requests to the cart, we are calling two requests to GraphQL. And very often when we are debugging something, we see the problem that, for example, backend is responding incorrectly. But we are not really sure. When you are a full stack developer or you have a backend set up on your machine, you can easily somehow combine, connect them. But very often, that's the problem on local environment to, make local client and server working together. Fortunately, or when you have some third-party dependency on another team or another company, fortunately, from some time, we have something called override content. So let me copy this original response. It's not this, it's this one. And I will override the content returned from here. Okay, yeah, too many Chrome tabs open at the same time. And let's say that this price, it's now 400. When I save that and I call this API again, I will receive not the response from the server, but the overridden content. So now I can preview how my front-end part will react for different response. There's similar option for overriding headers, which is extremely useful in security testing. But yeah, this one for me, it's super beneficial when you are waiting for the backend to be developed, when you are debugging something, when you are just trying to see how it will work if something, then it's super useful and beneficial. Okay, so for those who are taking pictures, how to block request, how to copy, for example, a score, how to override content, and how to throttle network. Of course, I can't finish on only 3 things, so I have super short bonus for you as well, but I promise it will be short. So if you never heard about those features, please give a try to Performance Insights. This view, unfortunately, will be removed till the end of the year, but you will receive a lot of tips on how to improve performance on your web page using this view. Second thing, rendering tab. Especially when you are trying to find elements that are rendering too often or your scroll is slow. Checking those 2 checkboxes. The first one will just mark in green elements that are repainted on the web page during interaction with them. So we can easily, for example, detect element which is repainting, and repainting again. And the second one will highlight in orange color elements that are slowing the scroll. So you can also easily find them and, of course, fix. The next thing, sensors. So you can simulate different location, different orientation of your mobile, and you can find it in sensors tab and screenshots. For example, when you want to take a screenshot of the whole page with scrolling, you don't need any additional tool. You just need to go to from DevTools, type screenshot, and capture full-size screenshot from there. Okay, I was showing a lot, and I know that everyone here is showing you a lot, so it's difficult to remember. So if there's only one thing you will remember after my talk, please remember that. Before you invest your time and money in new tool, in learning that, in installing and then everything, check, because maybe it's already in your browser and you don't need to install anything. You just need to open it and start playing with your web page. If you want to learn more, you can find great materials on Twitter, on Google Blog, or just experiment, because that's the way we learn the most. And yeah, if you want to stay in touch, I'm here till the end of the conference. You can also find me on social media. Thank you.
Wow. I bet the productivity of everyone just bumped like 50%
I hope
now,
so.
right? No? What do you think? Because I don't have a lot of question actually. And myself, I don't have any question as well because all it was clear and I can't wait to use some of the things. The only question I have, I'm going to ask you, but that's nothing related to the talk, is what is your favorite song for karaoke?
Bon Jovi, it's my life. So yeah. I know, typical choice. Sorry for
Well,
that.
no question for Dominika? Yeah. You can
Great.
ask other tip. Clap again. Yeah. The
Thank
cheese for
you.
you and the picture, right? Which crowd do you want behind you?
Oh my God, I want
You
the
have to
whole
choose.
crowd with
Oh, the
me.
whole
Come
crowd.
on.
Okay, let's try. Yeah, the
Yay.
first one. Ah, but we have the light. All right. Get crazy.
Wah.
Woo! Here we go. Thank you.
Everyone is waiting for your next joke.
Yeah, I
So,
know.
you know,
I know.
I feel
I had
that
to
people
invent.
can't wait.
I have to invent some others. Or
Cool.
I asked ChatGPT on my way. Maybe I did that. While we are waiting the next speaker who is going to get ready, I have some new joke for you. Why did the developer quit his job? Not even a try? Because he didn't get a raise. Okay. That was good, no? On the same theme. Why did the computer show up late? Try it to get socks. No? Nope. Because he had a hard drive. How did the computer get drunk? You need to work on the joke, right? Because of too many screenshots. Exactly. Who said that? Oh, there, yeah, it doesn't count. All right. We discussed about many things today, about shipping less JavaScript, improving performance, looking how the performance of your website were doing. Well, Erwin is going to show off also how to improve your page and how all those metrics are working in the eyes of Google and other things. So welcome, Erwin.
Just 1, 2. Yeah, awesome. All right. Let's check if my remote is working as well, and it is. Okay, so tech is not failing me. What I like so far is that most of the talks have a similar, well, I would say red line if I'm correct, but thanks to Dominika for warming up the audience, talking about DevTools. I'm also going to talk a little bit about DevTools, but before I do that, I'm asking all of you to grab your mobile devices and participate in a little quiz. And then we'll try to speed things up a bit as well. But I'll ask to scan the QR code, or otherwise go to mentai.com. If you go to mentai.com, you can enter the code 62053808. I see some of you are already able to join. Awesome. I'm not sure how many people we have here today, but there will be a point where I'll move along. All right. Some are questioning their presence here, apparently. A few question marks. Fair enough. I'll just continue. Okay. Some topics today, web performance. I'm not going to show you specifically how to fix performance. However, I am going to talk about a new metric in town and how to address that specific metric. And DevTools is part of it, so quite convenient that the previous talk was about DevTools. And I'm then also going to talk a little bit about, well, I'm just going to mix it all up. So here we go. My first question, by the way, part of the quiz is you can earn points. And at the end of the day, well, at the end of my talk, there will be a winner. And the faster you answer the correct question, answer the question with the correct answer, the more points you get as well. There are 5 questions along the way. This is not an official question. I'm just curious who's in the audience. So I see that most of you are coming from a technical role. I, as a matter of fact, spoke to someone who was a product owner, if I'm correct, who was not a developer specifically. But good to know that most of you are, in fact, coming from a technical background or maybe even still being a developer today. Here we go. What I would like to know is as well is I try to make the map a bit clickable because otherwise, from a accessibility perspective, it might be a bit hard to pinpoint your location or where you're from. So apologies if you're not on the map. Apologies if your country name is not on the map either. I just grabbed an image from the EU website, but it does give not a lot of people from the Netherlands. I'm the only one apparently. Most German people are already watching the European Championships. Fair enough. Okay. Who am I? My name is Erwin Hofman. I'm also a Google Developer Expert. So I just learned today that I'm in good company with Dominika and Teresa. So that's good to know. But I'm also still a developer today, by the way, already since 2001. Nowadays also a consultant, and I'm part of the team of RUMvision, which is a real user monitoring solution. But enough about me. Let's continue. First of all, I already see some people, well, only one, giving a thumbs up. Who has seen the screen before? So this is a Pagespeed Insights report. So I would say give a thumbs up if you've seen this before, give a thumbs down if you have never seen this before. Then I know how difficult my day is going to be today. Okay, all right. By the way, you can still join. If you didn't manage to join, you can still go to mentai.com and use the code at the top of the screen, 620-53808. Meanwhile, I'll just continue. And most of you have heard of, have seen the screen before, so that's quite convenient. And what has happened here is the first input delay. Well, first of all, these metrics are part of the Web Vitals as Google introduced them, which are basically, I wouldn't say page speed metrics, but maybe technical user experience metrics. And the top three used to be the core Web Vitals instead of just the Web Vitals. But since March this year, FID got replaced by IMP. So first input delay didn't turn out to be a perfect metric to measure responsiveness. So it got replaced by interaction to next paint. And the thumbs up and down are still coming in. Okay. So this is basically what happened last March 2024. Why? Well, yeah, once again, first input delay was basically only measuring the input delay during the first interaction. However, obviously, during the page life cycle of a page, users might click, well, more than just once. For example, first I'm clicking on the hamburger menu, then I'm clicking on add to cart, all happening in one page load. So it's not, well, it doesn't give a good representation when I would only show you the input delay of the first interaction. And there is way more than the input delay. Once I click, some other JavaScript will start to happen. And well, that could cause a delay as well. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Yeah, so Google did introduce a new metric, but it doesn't mean, well, yeah, the fact that Google is introducing a new metric doesn't mean that the game is changing. If you've got a, well, this is being recorded, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you've got a shitty IMP, then it used to be shitty before as well. However, because Google now introduced a new metric to give you a number, you now have eyes on what is happening within your web page. So Google is basically, well, yeah, leading the way, you could say, or introducing the metric. They are doing the work for us. We don't have to come up with a specific metric to measure responsiveness. Google is doing the heavy lifting already. So what are the benefits? Not specifically just about IMP, but also the other metrics, LCP, CLS. I won't talk about them today. But there are benefits, obviously. I'm not a marketer, by the way, so I'm not going to talk about the marketing benefits of improving page speed and performance for your web shop or website. As I said before, you can participate in the quiz, 5 questions in total. Use whatever name you like to use, maybe the name of your pet or whatever. I think an avatar is being assigned automatically, so you only have to pick a name and you can then participate. And then we are going to start the first question. All right, some people are still joining in. Okay, here we go. First question, and once again, you've got 10 seconds per question, and the faster you answer, well, the correct with the correct answer, obviously, the more points you get as well. All right. First question. What has the highest correlation with responsiveness with INP? Is it someone's internet speed, someone's device, or someone's location? A lot of people are quick to answer. Okay, close call. But it is, in fact, someone's device, which is what I think quite interesting. Well, what I find interesting is the first thing we think about when it comes to web performance is the internet speed. We all think that if the internet speed is failing us, then all bets are off and someone will have a shitty experience. However, in the current era, it isn't just the internet speed, but also, yeah, well, as the answer is showing already, someone's device. And we might be quite fortunate, or in general speaking, might be quite wealthy, maybe. But that isn't the case for everyone. That doesn't apply to everyone. We talked about, well, someone talked about accessibility already. But accessibility can also be, well, someone not having the budget to buy the latest device, for example. So, and unfortunately, because we nowadays, well, continue to ship more JavaScript, that also starts to hurt those people on slower devices as well. For example, my parents are typically one phone generation behind, or when I'm fed up with my device, then I buy a new one and I hand over my device to my parents. So they will be behind automatically already, while we continue to ship, once again, more JavaScript. And it isn't just our React code, maybe, but once we are shipping our product, one marketing team will then fire off a lot of third parties. So everything is JavaScript. And then someone's device really starts to play a role. Well, it speaks to itself, I guess, that the less JavaScript we use, the better it is for performance, because the less work that has to be done on the main thread of the browser, and the browser is single-threaded. There's only one, well, there are some nuances, but I don't have time to dive into that. But nevertheless, there is one main and single thread where the browser has to do a lot of work, most of the work. So when a browser is executing JavaScript code, it cannot do anything else. It cannot well, it can download resources, but it cannot render anything or whatever. And obviously, it takes more time for the browser to execute this piece of JavaScript than to just apply this rule of CSS. So I just found this on Twitter, and I thought it was a fun meme because it's basically explaining how some developers like to code. In the beginning, you learn, I hope, HTML and CSS, the basics. Then you start using JavaScript for maybe everything. And then you start to learn, okay, maybe using JavaScript for everything is not the best idea. Okay, second question. So grab your mobile devices. And I would say read these lines of code where a heading 1 is being appended to the body. Then the display property is set to none. What will happen in the screen? I'm now going to move along to the question itself. So here we go. All right, 99 players. I think we lost 2 people maybe. All right, maybe 1 already gave up. There we go. What will happen in the screen? What will happen with the heading 1? So looking at this image and this code, what will happen with the heading 1? Will it be visible? Will the heading 1 be visible? No, yes, or only for a split second. Okay. So I'm going to explain, going back to the previous slide, I'm going to explain what is happening here, because this is it is important to understand what is in fact happening here, how the browser is basically coping with this piece of code. So while you might expect that the heading 1 is added to the body and might then be displayed, and then we set it to display none. Yeah, once again, I get that you might expect the heading 1 to be visible for a split second. However, how the browser is working is whatever tasks are coming in, it will first, basically handle those tasks that are in the queue worker of the browser. And only then it will move along to the rendering part. So it will first process all these tasks, all these JavaScript rules, and then move to the rendering part. So as a result, these two lines of code appending to the body and then setting display to none will basically be, yeah, you could say bundled into one task, and then you will never see the heading 1 being visible. I hope it's now easy to imagine, if you've got a lot of lines of JavaScript, that it will occupy the main thread for quite a while. And what the browser is doing, and if I move along to this slide, there is a, no worries by the way, there is a, I see the QR code isn't visible, but this URL will be shown in an article later on as well. I grouped all URLs in my slides into one blog post, which you will find at the end of the presentation. But this, you could go to this YouTube now, but it's a video of 1 hour, I think, and I don't have the time to do the same. But this is basically explaining how the loop event in the browser is working. So at the left, that's where all the tasks are coming in, all the JavaScript tasks, and the browser will just continue to work on all those tasks and get the queue empty. And only when the queue is empty, when there are no more tasks queued up, it will move to the style and layout, basically style, layout, and painting work. And that's basically how we can cause, or anyone else of your teammates or whatever, third parties as well, by the way, in general, how JavaScript can cause responsiveness issues, because as long as there are new tasks queued up, the browser will not move along to the rendering part. While from a visitor perspective, it is obviously important that a visitor sees something happening, sees a visual feedback as soon as possible after an interaction, which is what IMP is about, interaction to next paint. All right. I showed before, using my question, that responsiveness really depends on someone's device memory, basically, or device in general. As a matter of fact, we collaborated with Google into an article. So we handed over, they asked us if they could have access into our RUMvision data. And we gave them access, and then they wrote an article where we did the introduction, and they basically wrote about the conclusions based on the data that we had. And it's a clear correlation that the better the device memory is, so 1 GB, 2 GB, 4 and 8 GB, the more good experiences we had. So yeah, once again, the better your device, the better your experience will be. But even in the Netherlands, I'm not sure how it applies. Well, same probably applies to Scandinavia in general as well. But I would say the Netherlands is, generally speaking, a wealthy country. But even there, people aren't using the latest devices. So we might expect that all of our audience are on the fastest internet and the best devices. It isn't always the case. I'm actually now on holiday in Denmark. Well, my family is still in Denmark, and the internet isn't very good over there. Well, it always depends where you are, but that's the case. It depends. You could maybe lazy load all your JavaScript. And it could work if you would optimize for solely the Lighthouse score. However, the Lighthouse score isn't representing real user experience, which is what IMP is about. IMP is about real user experience. Lighthouse cannot measure that. So yeah, these are, well, not literal conversations I have with clients, but this is sometimes a discussion within agencies or merchants where they thought they optimized because the Lighthouse was green, maybe even a 99 or 100% score. And then they get to see the free data from Google, the so-called Core Web Vitals data, once again, based on real users. And then they see that they are actually failing for a few metrics, for example. Once again, because Lighthouse, a synthetic test in general, is not representing real users. Third question. So I'll wait a bit longer. 60 players ready. All right. Okay, here we go. We lost another 9 people. Which Lighthouse metric, which synthetic metric is closest to the IMP metric? IMP is field data, real metric. Is it time to interactive, or time to first byte, or total blocking time, or time to first byte, or none? I get that most of you, well, some of you might not even recognize some metrics. So apologies for that part. But for those that have seen a Lighthouse score before, you might recognize time to interactive and total blocking time. Time to first byte is not a metric in Lighthouse because Lighthouse is actually a front-end performance tooling. It isn't testing back-end performance, so it might come up with a recommendation about your diagnostic about your server response time, but even a bad time to first byte will not influence your Lighthouse score because it could be an incident, so it's not taking into account a slow time to first byte. Time to interactive actually got deprecated, so it's not even part of the newest Lighthouse anymore. Total blocking time still is, and it's basically measuring all long tasks that are longer than 50 milliseconds. That will be summed up, and it will become your total blocking time score. However, once again, Lighthouse in general, including total blocking time, is not representing real users. So you could in fact fail time to first byte in your Lighthouse score, so in synthetic testing, while your field data is very healthy, or obviously the other way around. So I also asked this question on LinkedIn, but I already gave the answer. Real users cannot be simulated. Yeah. So this is what IMP is. It consists of multiple phases. The first one is the input delay. So once again, the first input delay metric was only measuring this first, let's call it component, the first phase of the IMP metric. But yeah, once again, an IMP responsiveness issues can be caused by a combination of things. First, it might be a third party which is still being executed while a user tries to interact with your hamburger menu or your add to cart button, for example. So it could in fact be chat widget, a search widget, Algolia, whatever, which is being executed on the main thread. Sure, it isn't visible. Your search function, search widget isn't even visible. Your chat widget, while being loaded, isn't even visible, but it is being executed on the main. So if a user tries to interact at that specific moment, then there might be a portion of the JavaScript execution happening at that time, which is then the input delay part. Then maybe your event listener has to do some work because I clicked on the hamburger menu or I clicked on add to cart. So you want to add a class to your hamburger menu to show it. That might involve a few lines, hopefully just a few lines of JavaScript. That will be the processing time. And then obviously, because you added a class to your hamburger menu, so your hamburger menu becomes visible, maybe even with a animation, that will be the presentation delay. When will the user start to see something happening? That's at the end of the whole line, at the end of all three phases. And that's what IMP is about. The IMP is taking into account all these phases and not just the first one. So IMP is a way better metric than the FID. Also because the IMP is basically reporting the highest in IMP delay interaction responsiveness issue of the whole page lifecycle. Okay, so how does that look like in real life? At the left, we see the bottom left, we see in the IMP phases breakdown where we can see that in reality, it's not always just a processing time. Well, yeah, everyone is there to blame because once again, reality, as I explained, the event loop, it might first be the third party that was still being executed. And once the third party was done executing, then finally your event listener will be fired, but your event listener will still be doing some work as well. And then the browser will need to do some repainting because of classes you changed in your HTML code. So it will always be, in reality, it will always be a combination of, well, each of these phases. There is a chance that your input delay at a specific interaction could be 0 milliseconds, for example, but there will often always be a part of, well, processing time will always be an issue. All right, DevTools. From a Twitter, by the way. DevTools is perfectly showing this as well in the interactions lane. So at the left, we can see the network lane, interactions lane, and the main lane where you get to see the flame charts, which is quite overwhelming maybe and intimidating. I won't be diving into that today. However, I did want to show you a cat because they call, you see the lines at the left, a very small line at the left of the yellow bar, the yellow pointer bar, and then at the right we see another line. These are called whiskers. which is very convenient because if you open up the interactions lane in your DevTools and you hover over an interaction, DevTools is perfectly, well, yeah, quite conveniently showing you the duration of each phase. So the input delay phase, process time phase, and the presentation delay. Once again, this is very convenient for multiple reasons, because once again, the DevTools flame chart can be quite overwhelming and intimidating. But the fact that DevTools is finally, since Chrome 123, is finally showing the so-called whiskers, is also enabling me as a developer to align things that are happening in the flame chart, and it's making it way easier to debug responsiveness issues. All right. How to track IMP? Well, I already basically showed it. You could use Lighthouse and look at the total blocking time metric, but once again, it's not representing real users. You can use DevTools, which is what I'm doing, but I'm only going to dive into DevTools after I get the answer from the real users. However, I'm a consultant for e-commerce as well, but it's not like I'm going to stand on the streets and ask questions about, hey, did you visit H&M before, and did you had any responsiveness issues? Because users don't know. They just get frustrated, throw the devices out of the window or whatever, what you do when you get frustrated. But we just measure it in the field. So websites would implement a RUM snippet, for example. We then get data from real users. And if I see any issues over there, well, let's start it another way. If I do not see any issues, then it's safe to say, okay, we do not need to put any resources, any work into optimizing our IMP metric. But if we do see issues, then RUM data is able to tell us which file was harassing the main thread and where we would need to start optimizing. And that's when I move over to DevTools, and that's when I continue debugging. Otherwise, I don't even start to spend any time in debugging a metric if it isn't even an issue in real life. Even Google, in their documentation, says the best way to measure your website IMP is by gathering metrics from actual users in the field. And yes, Google also has free data. Once again, the Core Web Vitals data coming from CRUX, Chrome User Experience Report. However, it isn't giving you a breakdown of which phases was contributing the most to IMP issues or which resource was contributing the most to your responsiveness issues. It could be your React code, for example, but it might be more valuable to start at third parties, removing or pausing third parties. I've got a screenshot of that later on. This is a recent video of Google that they published during their Google I/O, where they also said consider a reuse monitoring solution. There was well, as you can see over here, an IMP-specific video that Google published, where they also say use a RUM solution to actually track IMP issues in the field. I think I'm about to ask maybe my fourth or fifth question. But first, which is related to this question. And the question is, which one of these is faster? So if you grab your mobile devices again, then we are off to the fourth question. And we lost another 10. No, wait. Another 6 people. Okay, here we go. Optimizing JavaScript. Which is faster? So is it the positional arguments or the object literal? Or no difference? So talking about fun facts, DevTools is written in JavaScript, so very meta maybe, but the DevTools team can use DevTools to debug DevTools, which is very convenient. But even their DevTools can come with responsiveness issues, obviously, or JavaScript performance issues in general. So how do they optimize their own DevTools? Well, by using DevTools. And they measured that when they use positional arguments, their code was faster. Obviously, in reality, sometimes we want to prioritize readability over performance. So you should not optimize this way from the beginning. Only when you have maybe performance issues, you might want to investigate this and move to a different strategy. But this is how DevTools optimize their DevTools, because obviously they had like million calls in this way, and as a result, they were able to optimize by moving to the moving from object literal to positional arguments. So don't do this from the beginning, only if you actually see some performance issues. Which is, in the end, performance is like going to the casino. You also have to know when to stop optimizing. Because from a certain moment, it might only cost money optimizing, while you might not gain any more, where you might not get any more gains out of it. I've got an article where there were some interesting, tests, I would say. Once again, I've got a link to that specific article at the end of the presentation. But these were some interesting facts from that specific article. So you can make a photo right away, but I will both share my slides, and the links are already up on my website. And the last question. All right. We lost another 3 people. Here we go. What is the best CSS property to animate elements from a performance perspective? Is it margin top, padding top, top, or transform? Best CSS property to animate elements. Okay. Awesome. I would almost say I do not need to explain anything here, but I'm going to do so anyway, because even third parties can mess things up. So OneTrust is quite well known, I would say, but it isn't like a third party is always on top of performance. As a matter of fact, the contrary might be what applies in real life. And that's what I saw over here as well. I just locked the result of their CSS to the DevTools JavaScript console to be able to see what kind of CSS they are really producing on the fly. And they are using the bottom property. But if you use the bottom property, it needs to be executed on the main thread. While if you would use the transform property, you get a free optimization, basically. Because both the opacity property and the transform property will be offloaded to the GPU, the graphical card, instead of the CPU. And anything that is happening on the CPU will block the main thread, which basically means no other JavaScript can be executed when this animation is happening, or the other way around, when some JavaScript is happening, this animation cannot happen. So the result is, and you might have seen this on, well, if you've got a shitty laptop, then you might have seen this. You might have seen this on whatever website is using OneTrust, where the cookie banner is sliding in from the bottom, but it is sliding in with a laggy behavior like this. Then you can, well, from now on, you are able to tell that they are using the wrong CSS properties to animate their cookie banner. All right, we're almost there. Because I didn't talk about LoAF, long animation frame. And long animation frame is what you can use to actually debug, catch IMP issues. You can use it in a buffered style, which basically means if new issues are coming in, then they will be reported as well. This is what you get. This is the object that you get. I left out the scripts. Well, I will dive into the scripts later on. But you will get to see when a LoAF and a long animation frame is to happen, etc. And then you can dive into the scripts, which you see over here. I left out some specific properties, but these are the most interesting ones because this is like a git blame or name and shame, basically. You now finally, if you remember the long task API before, it wasn't very useful. The long task API was like, hey, there is a long task, good luck finding it. The LoAF API is really naming and shaming the exact file that was blocking the main thread and for which duration as well. Obviously, a duration of 45 milliseconds isn't a lot. It's less than the threshold that Google gave us, 200 milliseconds. So this one specifically, this script specifically is not an issue. However, as we can see over here, in one LoAF consists of multiple scripts because we already learned today that the browser will try to batch multiple scripts. And that's how long tasks and responsiveness issues are happening. So this script array can consist of multiple script objects. One script object could look like this. One could be 45 milliseconds, another one could be 120 milliseconds. So we've got a total of 165 already, for example. And there could be a point where it is exceeding the 200 milliseconds threshold. That's what we are measuring in RUMvision as well. That is what Google used to write their article based on our data. And yeah, site owners, this is a basically an aggregation of well, basically all IMP issues across all sites using RUMvision. We call this our third-party dashboard, so that even if you're not as technical, you're still able to tell which third parties are impacting your website's well, basically performance. As a matter of fact, we are only tracking the impact of third parties during interaction. I don't want to spend any time in optimizing third parties or JavaScript in general. That isn't impacting my users' behavior. I only want to know and learn about those that are harassing the main thread exactly during the moment where a user, in fact, tries to interact with the web page. And that's what we are showing over here. We call it third-party dashboard, but it's also showing first-party offenders, if it's in fact hydration, for example, that is harassing the main thread the most. But this is an easy, once again, a git blame or name and shame dashboard where you can tell, okay, Google Tag Manager is not really an issue. However, heat map, maybe we should get rid of heat map and replace it with clarity, for example. Mouse flow also is not the best idea to use. This is making it quite easy to start a conversation about specific third parties without the need of, needing to debug right away. Okay, that was one scoreboard. This is the other scoreboard. So let's see who got the most points since the last question. Congrats to Sint Elmo. I don't have a present, apologies. But maybe you've got Eternal, I don't know. Maybe you are the React Norway attendance of the year. All right. I've got a bunch of links, but if you scan the QR code, then you'll be redirected to a web page where you can see the same links as well. That's it.
Thank you. And we're going to get something to Saint Elmo, whoever that is. Maybe it's online, actually, or it's in the room with Saint Elmo. Ah, okay. Perfect. Perfect. But first things first, this is a cheat for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We don't have a lot of questions. We have actually to have one question, wording. You know what's hard in computer science, wording and caching. We have a wording question for you. Are responsiveness and interactivity synonymous?
Responsiveness and interactivity, if they are, that's quite a broad question. So I would say yes, but it's maybe also a bit of a vague question.
It might be, but you know,
it's a bit hard to.
One, so I'm using what I have.
Yeah, the person that asked this, I would say come up to me afterwards and let's discuss it in detail. Yeah.
Okay. And because I have no other question, I have one personally. In your line of work, you see a lot of different websites, right? And you try to optimize them. What would you say is the trend today of the new generation of websites? Are they better than before? What do you think on that?
Well, there is a website which is called HTTP Archive, where you can see the trend of the last maybe even 15 years, where it's quite easy to see that we just continued to ship more JavaScript. So even with going from 3G internet to 4G internet, you might expect, okay, everyone's experience will become better because it's something we didn't have to do. We just got it for, free, fast internet. However, at that same moment, we also started to ship more JavaScript. So there wasn't a net gain as a result. So yeah, that's basically already answering this question. We just continue to ship more JavaScript. And that might also happen as we go to 5G internet, that we think, okay, if there is faster internet, we can now continue to ship even more. However, I should also add that things that we needed to do in JavaScript, like image lazy loading, are now already natively available as well with the native loading attribute, for example. So a lot of things are now also available in plain HTML. So that's quite convenient as well. With in fact, the fact that Google introduced the IMP metric also resulted in third parties stepping up, maybe not run trust, but otherwise third parties stepping up and improving their own JavaScript performance as well. A lot of other cookie notices are now trying to fix their IMP issues. Yeah, so that's a win.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Another clap for Erwin. Let's do the picture.
All right.
Picture crowd. There you go, the chill one. Okay, go for it. Go for it. Get crazy. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. One more. One more. One more. One more. Here we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Erwin. So this is now the last break before the dinner and the party. We come back here in 30 minutes. But before, if you want, I have some joke for you. Very easy, this one, because I know you're tired and you need some energy. So some snacks there are ready. How do you comfort a JavaScript bug? For 2 socks. How do you comfort a JavaScript bug? Come on, this one is easy. You console it. Yep. Here we go. How do functions break up? How does function break up? No? So I got those one for me. They stop calling each other. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Let's go. Let's get some coffee and some snack, and we see you here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Check, 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 check.
Here we go. All right, we are back again for the last 2 talks before the party. Hopefully the weather will stay like this, so maybe we can have something outside. We'll see. But for now, she would prefer to go glamping rather than to camping, and then honestly, that's the same for me, And she's working at Century, and she's going to perform a one-woman show to entertain us with code. Please clap for Salma.
Hello.
In 1991, I wrote my first lines of basic code on a Commodore 64. In 1998, I built my first GeoCities website. And in 2005, I uploaded my first HTML file via FTP. In 2009, I used HTML and CSS on my MySpace page. And in 2014, I released my first mobile-first responsive website using Pure PHP framework and Bootstrap CSS. And I hated every single minute of it. I hate coding. Nothing ever works. Documentation is out of date or simply doesn't exist. Sometimes, or every day, you're unable to resolve peer dependencies. Or you're potentially running the app on the wrong port and the documentation didn't tell you. Or, true story, you need an SSL certificate to authenticate with a third-party service on a development server. I hate it. But I found a way to hate coding a little less. And that's by doing it with a live audience on the internet. And this is entertainment as code. When I graduated from music college in 2008, I was an entertainer. I wanted to be a film composer. I was in a band. I was making terrible websites for my friends. And I was also a musical comedian. I was also a music teacher, freelance at the time. And here is the oldest clip you can find of me on the internet, and it will be relevant.
School of Rock and Pop combines professional music tuition with the opportunity to perform. Each centre holds 2 gigs at recognised rock music venues. There's a chance to meet like-minded teenagers and really rock out in a way. Calm down at home.
I couldn't play the drums then, but I started drum lessons last September, so I'm less of a fraud now. But in 2010, I set up the School of Rock and Pop in Manchester, UK. I was teaching children how to be in rock bands, which was helping them put music into a real, tangible context rather than just practicing alone in their rooms. I really liked this whole teaching thing, so I got my teaching qualification and I worked as a music teacher in high schools for a few years. Long story, but fast forward to 2014 and I quit teaching and I got my first job in tech. And this led to many more jobs in tech. And in 2020, as we know, everything changed. The pandemic descended upon us. Everyone was forced to stay inside and also forced to find new ways to spend their time. Does anyone remember family Zoom quizzes? Absolute worst. But here's where Twitch comes into my life. Twitch is a live streaming platform and its main focus has always been on gaming. But now creators are streaming music, arts and crafts, 24/7 live feeds of farm animals, and much more. 17 billion hours were spent on Twitch in 2020, which was 83% higher than in 2019. I started watching Twitch in the first lockdown, and the most exciting category I discovered was software and game development. Nerds were writing code live on stream, and I couldn't stop watching.
In the last year, over 17 million hours of software and game dev streams have been watched, not just by me, across the world, with an average of 2,000 viewers across the category and around 100 live channels at any one time. Almost 4 years ago to the day, in June 2020, I went live on Twitch for the first time under the username White Panther, which was kind of a joke name at the time, but I'm stuck with it and I went with it. Here is the first stream clip ever taken from one of my early streams.
Reusable and drop D is working, but DiveGad is not.
Nothing's working, still hating coding. So I was mixing music and tech experience live on stream through building an app I call the Frettinator, which is an app to help you learn scales and modes on the guitar. On the Frettinator, you choose a starting note, you pick a mode or a scale, and you use the guitar fretboard to learn it. It's even got left-handed configurations and 24 frets. It's very much fun. You can also learn more about the music theory behind it if you want, but most importantly, every scale combination comes with a backing track for you to practice with. So rather than just playing on your own without any musical context, the Frettinator is about putting theory into practice, much like the mission of the School of Rock and Pop. And this concept has inspired everything I do live on Twitch. Through live streaming coding, I was discovering that demonstrating and practically applying technical concepts with a live audience was actually making tech more accessible, more human, and more entertaining, exactly like when you play and perform music with others. But I still hate coding.
I quit. I'm gonna do something else. I can't make this. Every step of the way is just an absolute piece of shit.
But I hate it a little less when things go right.
If it does work, I will feel sick that I have succeeded. Look! I did it!
I'm a genius. So I learned a lot in my first 6 weeks of streaming, and I wrote about it on my blog. And the most important thing I learned is that Twitch streams are live shows. People watch streams on Twitch to be entertained. And I'm an entertainer. I always have been. So I wanted to make my live coding streams about entertainment, not building the next SaaS or JavaScript framework or taking myself too seriously. I wanted to build things that made people laugh and that brought people together and made them marvel at the sheer outlandish possibilities of just a few lines of code. At the center of all of this is my Twitch bot, which I call the mainframe. And I built this to power all of the interactions with the stream via chat and channel point redemptions. There are pre-existing tools to help you do this, but building stuff for your stream, live on stream, with viewers, for viewers, is the best way to test features and crowdsource ideas and make people feel part of something and enable them to create their own entertainment. So I'm going to show you everything I use to power my stream. Referencing Max's talk earlier, it is a very terrible poly repo setup. It's extremely over-engineered. I was actually having a chat with him in the break about turning this into a mono repo because it's sorely needed. I don't recommend this, but let's have a look. We start with the back end. PantherBot is an Express app. It uses TypeScript. It stores some stuff in MongoDB and sends events over a WebSocket connection. It uses the Twitch API and a third-party wrapper around the Twitch API called TMI.js. And we have 2 React apps on the front end listening for WebSocket events. And there's one other front-end app built with Astro, which I will reveal towards the end of this talk. There's a types package that both the front-end and back-end applications use. And it also uses the Discord API to send some Twitch-related stuff to my Discord server. And all of this is brought together in OBS, stands for Open Broadcaster Software, which I use to stream. And I also use one final app called Atom, which allows me to control OBS directly via Twitch. So follows, subscriptions, and cheering, these are core parts of the Twitch live show experience. When a viewer presses a button which makes something happen on your stream, it creates a sense of joy and of being part of something. So when I get a new follower, I make a big deal about it. Let's look at some code. So on each new follow, the Twitch event sub API sends the mainframe a notification. When it receives that notification, if we don't already have an existing follower in the database, we find the Twitch ID, and then we build up a follow event to send over the WebSocket connection. Most importantly, the event contains the follower name and their profile image, which is how we'll make the viewer feel amazing by making them a part of the live show. This is the front-end React component that displays all alerts. It's got a queuing system, which you definitely need if you have a substantial amount of viewers and a lot of things going on at once. And each type of alert shows a different image and text depending on what's sent by the backend. Sound is also important for a live show. So each alert plays a different custom guitar riff sound recorded by my husband. And so here's a follow alert in action.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
So did you notice two other things that happened as well? First, the panther logo in the corner there is changed at random and plays another custom sound. And we have panthers of various sizes raining down on the screen. As you watch a stream on Twitch, you accumulate channel currency, and you can choose to spend that currency on fun stuff set up by the streamer. Viewers can also trigger that logo change manually via channel point redemptions and make the emotes rain down by typing different weather words in chat, such as rain, hail, and snow. This has, of course, suffered from many bugs throughout the years, such as this one. That happened when someone gave me 50 gift subscriptions at once. We were testing in production, which you often have to do on Twitch, and it didn't scale. And yes, we heard that guitar riff 50 times. But that's entertainment. Writing the code to make that happen live on Twitch was entertainment. And viewers being able to cause unexpected chaos on my stream is entertainment. Another source of entertainment is showing the chat feed on the stream so people can see their words on the screen and again feel part of the live show. Chat is another custom browser URL in the React app powered by the backend, which listens to TMI.js for chat messages and sends events over the WebSocket. A lot of data is sent for each chat message, which is the result of design by the Twitch chat committee. But viewers are great QA for all of these features and love suggesting new ideas, such as being able to use an HTML marquee tag in their chat messages and something we call numeronym mode. A numeronym is a number-based word commonly used in tech, used to shorten long words such as accessibility, internationalization, etc., all words that require too much effort to say. Here's the code for numeronym mode. The make numeronym function splits the full message by space, and for each word, it returns the first character, the count of the characters in the middle, and the last character. It's pointless, really, but for some reason, I published this to NPM, and it has 2 weekly downloads. So you can use it and bump that number up, giving it away for free. Talking of giveaways, I like to send free stuff to my viewers, so I built a giveaway machine. Giveaways are powered by typing commands in the chat, such as !start GA. To enter, viewers type !win in chat. The mainframe is always listening to chat to find possible commands to run. If a valid command is found, then we do stuff. If it finds !win in chat and a giveaway is in progress, the viewer is put into the giveaway pot. To select a winner, I type !draw GA in the chat, which selects an entrant at random and sends an event over the WebSocket. Again, we send the user's profile image URL to put them in the live show. Here's a clip of a giveaway in action.
I love giving away things. Mom gets a t-shirt.
And someone else gets a t-shirt. Yes, well done. Well done. Very good. The first time I did that, I really hurt my back, but I had a great spa day yesterday and a massage, so I'm good today. Talking of back, my segues are good, right? Backseaters are everywhere in software and game dev streams, so much so that it's become a huge meme on my stream. So what is backseating? New viewers will come into the stream and just tell me what to do. With no context about the problem we're solving, they'll paste code snippets, ask me why I'm not using Tailwind when I'm not even doing a front end. They'll ask me why I'm not using a state management library when I'm building a static single HTML page. That's a true story. And it's the worst, like backseat driving.
Why aren't you doing? I think you should use this. Blah, 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 backseating.
So annoying, I even wrote a rap about it. And one of my viewers thought it would be a great idea to put backseaters in a literal car. And while I was streaming, he sent me some car parts he created in Microsoft Paint.
They're in front of me.
I got it set up eventually.
1 second. Taco Bell, please. With sparkling water. Thank you.
I've never had Taco Bell in my life, but I am sipping some delicious sparkling water right now. The car has evolved, of course, and can be triggered by viewers if they want to put someone in the back seat. Here's how it works. Again, the backend listens for a command in chat, !BS. What BS stands for is open to interpretation here. And we grab the username from the message, and if the targeted backseater is present in chat, there's sounds happening, right? And you'll find out why these sounds are happening later, but they weren't supposed to be happening now. And my chat on the internet out there in the world need to stop making sounds happen. We grab the username from the message, and if the targeted backseater is present in chat, we send an event over the WebSocket, again, making sure to send the profile image URL. And today, it looks like this.
I want people to send me loads of code in Twitch chat.
So there I am with my car. There's even a nice field behind there. So that person had just sent me like 100 lines of code in Twitch chat and got offended that I didn't want to use it. Good luck with your insecurities, he said. Chaos is entertainment. I've now got so many channel point redemptions, interactions, and triggers that break each other through edge cases and conflicts, and I haven't fixed them on purpose. Because as a viewer, it's fun to break a stream. Stop it. See, they're doing it now. It's fun to cause chaos on a live show. It's entertaining to watch me struggle and shout at things.
My redemptions are petite. So they go too far. This is fine. Wow, it's broken. You're going to have to endure about 40 more alerts. And on a Zephyr and Looper person as well. Thank you. Oh, the car didn't work. Okay. Oh, we got to breathe. Welcome it in. Glitch fight. How are you?
That's a channel point redemption to fake a disconnected stream that lasts for 30 seconds. It was perfect timing. Stop it. That gives you a very brief glimpse into my live show. And if I had more time, I would tell you about some of the silly projects, random code generators, and GeoCities website recreations I've made. But now I want to give you a sneak preview of something I'm working on, which is even more chaotic than all of this. I feel like we should dim the lights. Imagine if we could blur the lines between a streamer being live and offline on Twitch. What if I could create a world where people could interact with my stream, not just when I'm live, but when I'm offline as well? What if I could create a game that people could play on my stream? And what if that game didn't stop when the stream ends? This is Panther World. Panther World is a multiplayer, text-based game powered by my Twitch chat. When events happen on the stream, a random world item will spawn in a random world zone. And your objective in Panther World is to claim items and fill up your inventory, and your objective will change as the game evolves. And of course, the game is played via a series of chat commands. You can use map to get a list of available zones. You can use move to a zone. Also, as a new follower, you will automatically dropped now into a random zone. You can locate yourself. You can claim a spawned, dropped, or released item. You can drop an item in your current zone. You can list your inventory title and more on the inventory later. You can check the population of Panther World, and you can read the manual. As a world leader of Panther World, I have two unique commands. I can release unclaimed items in a random zone, and I can print out a leaderboard of the top 3 players. Now, the only way I can truly communicate the absolute joy and chaos and wonder of this thing that I have created is to play it for real. If you have the Twitch app on your phone, or if you're logged into Twitch in a browser on your phone, you can go to my Twitch chat with this QR code right now. If you're not following, if you press follow, you'll be dropped into a zone, or if you don't want to follow, you can move to a zone. And I'm now going to switch to a browser because I got people lined up all around the world to show you exactly how Panther World works. Let me just change this to not mirroring. No, to mirroring. Mirror. All right. We got, okay, this is people are here. Right, hang on. Okay. So as you can see, my dedicated hardcore players are already demonstrating how this works. This is what you see on my stream overlay when actions happen in Panther World. Thank you for the follow there, Zonny. I feel like I'm streaming. Right, so I'm going to do a very special command in the chat now that I've pre-prepared. And there are going to be some extra special items that are going to spawn, right? We've got React Norway. And now I'm going to spawn lots and lots of items. And if you want, you can try and claim them. So look, there's lots of different things that spawn in many different zones. Oh, this is a good one. Look, Ruby, rarity 1,000. And now you can try and claim them and move to where you need to move. Matty Two Shoes is one of the top players. So look, there's someone who's checking the population right there. And so someone's trying to claim fresh pasta, but you're in the wrong zone. You need to move to try and claim it. Matty's claimed the star fruit. Luce is trying to claim the diamond. Oh, Luce got the diamond. Matty got the ruby. These are some extra special items today. Pog, got some Pog in chat. It's like I'm really streaming, isn't it? We are blurring the lines between me being live and offline. It's incredible. Okay. So that gives you an idea. I'm gonna stop this because this could go on forever because these people hang out in my chat like 24/7. Honestly, right. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Great job on the live demo. Let me just change this. Stop mirroring. Am I an extended display again? Yes. All right. So we played. So I'm going to tell you. I'm going to talk you through how this works because it's a lot of fun, and I feel like it can go. It's going to go far. So Twitch events on my stream trigger item spawns in Panther World. And these events happen when I'm live and also when I'm offline. So remember the code from earlier that handled the follow alerts. Now, whenever someone follows, the spawn function is called. And it does 8 things. I guess you could call this functional programming. Let's step through each. The first thing we do is calculate the event rarity. Items have rarities, as you saw. The higher the rarity, the less likely it will be to spawn, and the more valuable it is in Panther World. Capitalism is still present in Panther World. Each event type has a particular piece of input data associated with it. For a cheer, it's the number of bits that were sent. For a sub and a follower, it's the username. For a raid, it's the number of raiders, and so on. The calculate event rarity function takes that input data and returns it as a number. This will be the first seed for the calculate eligible items function. Next, we'll get a random zone from the currently available zones. Next, we'll calculate the eligible items for spawning based on the rarity seed number and the zone. First, we attempt to select the items based on the zone. There are certain items that only currently spawn in the swamp, for example, such as toxic waste, rotten egg, irradiated croissant, and so on. Then we attempt to filter the items based on the exact rarity of the seed provided. For example, if someone cheers 10 bits and the rarity seed number is 10, and the spawn zone is the swamp, we'll return the irradiated avocado and the irradiated croissant. It sounds absolutely absurd saying that out loud. However, if there are no exact matches for that rarity seed number, we'll attempt to select higher or lower rarity items. There's currently a 20% chance to spawn higher rarity items and an 80% chance to spawn lower rarity items. And this is subject to change at the discretion of me. And then we filter the items depending on whether we're going higher or lower and return them. So now we have an array of eligible items. We can select a random one to spawn, save it in the database, and then construct a message to notify players, which is sent to my Twitch chat and a special channel in the Discord. And finally, the event is sent over the WebSocket connection to appear on the overlay that you saw before. There's my croissant. So the initial plan for claiming items was that any player who was the first to claim an item it in their inventory. The only stipulation was there was a time limit of 60 seconds to claim that item, otherwise it was locked and remained unclaimed. However, one day it became apparent that this was not the case, and a player reported that an item they thought they had claimed was no longer in their inventory. Chat had found another bug. Players were able to steal items from each other within the time limit of 60 seconds. But all was not lost. And in fact, there was more to be gained, because this marked the moment of the creation of the first rule of Panther World, where bugs are features. Let's look at the claim engine, and I'll show you where the bug came from. To claim, a player types !claim with the name of the item they want to claim. We first check to see if the world leader has released a set of items. If I have released a set of items, we find all the items that have a user ID of null, meaning they are previously unclaimed. If the world leader did not release items, this means the player is trying to claim a freshly spawned or dropped item. This database query looks for items that have a created date of 60 seconds ago or higher, or have been dropped. Who can see why players could steal items from each other within that 60-second time frame? What did I do wrong? No, it's not the or. I did not check for user ID equals null. So when someone was trying to claim an item, they could have claimed one that already belonged to someone as long as it was created 60 seconds ago or higher. So if we find no items, we do nothing. If we do find items, we try to find a player. If there's no player, they're not in Panther World, so they get some feedback about how to play. If we do find a player, we need to make sure the player is in the same zone as the item they are trying to claim. If the player is not in the correct zone, they are told to move to try and claim it, which is one of the messages we saw before. We don't tell them the correct zone, as that would be too easy. If the player is in the correct zone, the item becomes theirs until someone steals it within the time limit. And then we send a message to the Twitch chat, the Discord, and over the WebSocket. Croissants. So who can remember the first rule of Panther World? Bugs are features. Very good. Let me show you the most incredible bug that became a very special limited edition feature.
There are 12 front-facing baby chicks in the database. They have spawned. There are no front-facing baby chicks in the item list. Obviously, front-facing baby chick, and there's none of these in the item list. Now, my hypothesis was that chicken egg was somehow being changed to to the front-facing big chick, but there are chicken eggs in the database. And at what point has a string been converted to an emoji?
So this was a brilliant bug that was caused by one line of code. And I wonder if, when I explain it to you, if you can guess it. I will reveal it in a moment, but let's look at how dropping items works. The drop command comes in with the name of an item to drop. First, we attempt to find the player and their zone. If we find a player, we find an item with that user ID and item name, and update the user ID to null so it doesn't belong to anyone anymore, and change the zone of that item to the player's current zone where it was dropped. We set drop to true so it could be claimable via the claim command. And then we send all the messages. So as I was writing this feature, chat experimented with dropping random things to stress test the system. Does anyone guess what the bug is yet? There were 12 front-facing baby chicks dropped during the stress test, and 4 more emojis dropped while I was trying to debug. And there was one problem with the original database query that updated the dropped item. I'd left an upsert clause in the query because I copied and pasted some code from somewhere else, which meant at that point, players could drop anything and it would just create it in Panther World, which is entirely too chaotic. I removed all the random items people created, but for the purposes of game lore, we kept the original player-created chicks. And because no front-facing baby chick will ever spawn again, they currently have the highest rarity value of the game, which is 10,000. They are finite, and the only way people can now pass them around is to drop them and pick them up. So finally, the objective of the game, filling up your inventory. Do you remember this pink Astro app here? This is Panther World. It's a standalone front-end companion app where you can view your inventory. And there's more to come that I haven't planned yet. But on Panther World, you can authenticate via Twitch. You can view your inventory items and their rarities and which zone you're currently located. So here I am in the desert. There's Luce in the mountain. There's Lars in the forest. There's J. Walter in the city. And there's Yoshi in the swamp. Yoshi is currently the top player of Panther World. She has the most items, and here's why. Yoshi has created a custom Panther World setup, and she wrote about how she made a Chrome extension to launch my Twitch chat and Discord event feed in clean Windows to keep track of item spawns whenever she was at her computer. Yoshi even figured out that there's a lower latency on spawn event messages sent to Discord. So she keeps both the Discord feed and the chat window open on Twitch to get notified in Discord and claim items via Twitch chat before the messages even appear in Twitch chat. It's genius. And I love that the community is getting involved and more is happening. Again, the community are suggesting features. I'm saying yes or no, or one day, maybe when I have time. But for even more entertainment, what I really want one day is some kind of isometric 3D map where you can visualize your location and the location of all your friends and watch items spawn in real time. Soon you'll be able to craft items, gift items, build houses, go on quests. And I've kind of crossed over to game dev now and have no idea what I'm doing because I just build websites. But come and join me on Twitch to watch me struggle whilst I build something like this. It will be my pleasure to provide you with entertainment as code. I'm Salma. I try to write code for your entertainment. You can find me on the internet everywhere as White Panther, and hopefully I'll find you in Panther World. End of show.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Awesome.
Told you sound was important for a live
Yeah,
show.
sound was really important. You got some
Oh,
cheese
thank
now.
you for the
Even
cheese.
better. Can you, maybe it could be an item in the world.
Oh yeah, you see? Yes.
Why not?
Yes, yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Actually, not so many questions, but the last question was interesting. You mentioned it a little bit. Do you have people building boats? So you both like both write script to do stuff in your world. Is it just a Chrome extension, or you have more people building stuff around?
So there are more people who are saying, so there's one person who's optimized their setup with a Stream Deck. So they've got they've got commands for claiming super rare items really quickly. So like rubies and sapphires and stuff. So what he's watching the chat all the time in some kind of PWA window or something, and when a ruby comes up, he just presses a button. There's more happening, and I think as the game progresses, more people will try to game the system, but that's what we want, right?
Cool, cool. And how often do you stream yourself?
I stream twice a week regularly on Thursdays and Fridays. Not this week though, because I've had a spa day and done this. But Thursdays and Fridays, around 12 to 3 British time.
Well, you should join the world. I will. Maybe. If I have time, I will try. Thank you very much. Another clap for Salma.
Cheers.
And we'll do the picture. The lights is perfect. Up, let's get crazy. Woo! Here we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So that's gonna be the last but not the least talk. We're gonna wait for him to get ready. Maybe I'm gonna throw some joke. I don't know. I don't know if I have some. Let's wait. I was so looking at this talk that I didn't prepare this. So let's see if we have still some joke. Yes, why did the software developer go broke? Thank you. Exactly. He ran out of cash. Awesome. You get some socks. Cool. So another one. Why did the developer refuse to go on a date with a UI designer?
Nope. You should not do that.
Yeah, maybe, but it's a partner world, right? So it's so the reason is because their interface wasn't compatible. All right, enough of joke. Last but not the least, Vasil is one of our unicorn at Crystallize and is going to talk about building some stuff not in the 2D world but in the 3D world. Welcome, Vasil, on stage.
Yeah, thanks, Sébastien. Great. Okay, guys, so one more to go, and I'm sure you're all excited also about the Euro 2024 that is about to start in 5 hours or so. So don't worry, I'll do my best to finish before that, I promise you. So without further ado, I would like to talk about next level product visual configuration with 3D and augmented reality. But first thing first, let me introduce myself. My name is Vasil Dimitrov, and I'm lead front-end developer at Crystallize. I'm originally from Bulgaria, and I'm not a Viking. But I've always been interested in their way of living, so I've read a few things. One thing about them that made me wonder was what they were doing when they wanted to have something that they cannot produce or hunt down. You know, Vikings were hunters, and they had a primarily nomadic lifestyle. They were moving a lot and conquering the world. This way of living didn't allow them to settle down somewhere and start growing vegetables or take care of animals. So they had to find a different way to get these goods. They were looting villages and cities alike, and they always took with them the goods that they needed. So, see, even in these times, they always had the chance to have a proper look and touch of the items that they were getting along, and if something didn't meet their criteria, they would not take it. Moving forward some few hundred years, people figured out that actually looting and killing is not a good thing. So they decided to exchange products. People would meet on the market and look for the product they need. Once they find the right one, they would offer a different product in return, making sure they scored a good deal. See, now all of these decisions they were able to make beforehand, and knowing that they made the right choice. Getting to nowadays, Internet is all around us. People are busy pursuing different careers, having the time of their life, etc. Producing things to exchange on the market is not a viable option anymore. So again, people had to find a different way. And clearly, right now, the easiest way is to buy it all online while sitting comfortably on the couch. But see, the biggest difference between now and back in the days is that before, people were always able first to see the product, and only then they would make a decision if they want to buy it or not. You understand now that this is not possible, and quite often people make wrong decisions because they don't have enough information while making a purchase. Okay, now let's get a taste of the traditional online shopping experience. I prepared a small landing page of an item that you can hang on your wall. But to be honest, I'm not completely sure what is it. So let's take a look together. Here is the product landing page. And the first thing that kind of draws our attention is the loading spinner on the main image here. And I'm sure this landing page doesn't use the Astro image. And you're like, come on, just show me something. Why is it taking so much time? I want to see what is it. All of a sudden, it just pops. Okay, so this seems to be a yellow circle. So I'm buying yellow circle here today. I cannot say much more from this image. So let's take a look on the next one. Yeah, I'll move to the next one. Okay, so here seems to be like the circle looked from the side, maybe, not completely sure. And there is here something that pops out of the main body, which I'm really not sure what is it exactly, but let's take a look on the next one. What? Again, the yellow circle? Come on, is this like looking at front or from the back or on the top or behind? Like, no idea, like just another picture of the same thing. This is getting difficult. Okay, so let's take a look on this one. So here I see they compare my yellow circle with a bigger blue circles and a smaller blue circles. But wait a sec, like why my yellow circle on the left looks smaller than my yellow circle on the right? Like which one I'm buying? Or they're actually the same size? Like what do you think, guys? Same size, yeah, just visual illusion, but that makes things really tricky, right? Cool, let's take a look on the next one. So here is my used to be yellow circle. For some reason now it's green circle. Why is green? Is this because of the light in the room or some hidden feature that I'm not aware of? But at least it's in a context so we can imagine it a little bit. So let's try maybe to put it in a frame here and see how that's gonna look. Well, it just disappeared? No way, come on. Like, how can I distinguish what is what? What is the frame and where is the circle? Okay, I'll change color here and hopefully that's gonna help me to figure it out. No way. No React 19 here? What is this? Another loading spinner. Come on, I'll just refresh the page. Still loading? I'm giving up. Come on, that's it. I'm giving up. So see, I'm sure that quite you've been in this situation where at least one of these things happened, right? Of course, what I showed you is a little bit exaggerated, but the point I want to make here is that quite often we have hard time understanding how the product looks, like how big it is, what is the size of it, what's the color. We cannot really imagine it in our own context. So what is the solution to all these problems? The solution is to use product visualization and configuration with 3D models. Okay, I'm sure now you're asking yourself, like, why 3D models? You know what? Let me tell you. Since we cannot have the item in our hands before making a purchase, we want to give a chance to the user to see it from all possible sides and angles. Imagine that now we can put the product in our real environment, like in our house. So now we're going to have much better idea how it looks and how it fits with the rest of the room. See, now we're actually much closer to holding the item in our hands, just that we cannot touch it. But this definitely takes us one step closer to making the right decision. What else we can use 3D models instead of 2D images? Product configuration, where we have different variants of the product and we want to be able to switch between them fast and easily while taking into account all the possible combinations and permutations. Oh, look at here. We have a Viking who wants to have a robot at home. He's looking at the 3D model of it. Okay, that's joking. On a serious note, those were all my Viking images. And by the way, no real people used or harmed here, all AI generated. Cool, but how can we achieve all these goodies? Well, there are at least a few different ways, but today I would like to tell you about the one that is most probably the easiest, using the Model Viewer. Model Viewer is an open source library that is built to enable people to easily display interactive 3D models on the web and AR. The Model Viewer is a web component, which allows using it with any framework. The model rendering part under the hood is done with 3GS, which utilizes the GPU for rendering and makes the performance superb. The model viewer supports graphics library transmission format, or GLTF file format, which is like JSON-based format, and GLB, which is the binary version of it. Both of these formats are standardized file formats to share 3D data. Okay, now we know what's the tool we want to use. The next step from here is to find a 3D model. In most cases, you need a 3D designer to prepare the model for you once, but from there, we can manipulate it by code. And this is what I want to show you next. Okay, one last thing. So when I was preparing this presentation, I told myself, like, I need a character that a 3D designer can turn into a 3D model. And I was looking at these illustrations that we have on our website, and I was like, which is a character I should pick? And then all of a sudden, boom, I saw the robot with a special offer. And I said, okay, this is my guy. So once I knew which is the character, I sent it to a 3D designer. In less than a few days, I had all prepared the way that I wanted. So now let's see what we can do once we have a 3D model. Cool. Let me switch to VS Code. So over here, I prepared I boot up a very simple React project. And of course, because we're on a React conference, right? And over here, I'm having my local host, which I'll test in a second. So the first thing we need to do actually in order to start using the model viewer is to add the model viewer to our project. And for that, we have a few options. Either we can import it from a CDN where the model viewer comes baked in with its peer dependency 3GS, or we can install it as a package, as I did over here, and then I installed also 3GS. So when it's added as a package, we need to, of course, also import it in our project somewhere, right? So then we can start using the model viewer web component. Cool. Let's grab here the first page that I prepared, and let's just test it that I'm looking at the right spot. Yes. So the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to add the model viewer. And the model viewer takes a source property, which is the source GLB or GLTF file. And over here under my public folder, you see I prepared 2 GLB files. So let's grab the first one, which is called the robot.glb. I'll save, go back. Ta-da! We have a 3D model that is rendered on our screen. But for some reason, the robot is looking that way. Why is that? I thought that the beer is coming from that way. Or maybe something else. Maybe the robot is angry at me. Okay, let's try to fix that. Or the designer who prepared that didn't like me. But okay, let's try to turn a little bit the robots our way, right? Because we are the important people now. For that, there is a property which is called camera orbit. And the camera orbit sets the initial camera position. So here we can say turn it 65 degrees in X plane, and then for the Y and Z, we're going to set it to 0. When we go back, ta-da, now the model is looking, kind of the robot is looking our way, which is much better. What else we can do? Let's add a little bit shadow below the robot, because now it looks like it's floating on the page rather than staying on the surface, right? To do that, we have 2 additional properties, which are called shadow intensity, and I'll pass number 3, and then shadow softness, which is shadow softness 1.5. And don't worry about the numbers here. Like once you start using it, you figure out what are the best numbers that work in your case. I figured that for the robot, this is good enough. So when we look at here below, we have a shadow. So now it looks like it's standing on a surface. This is all good, but in the end, it doesn't feel like very interactive, right? I cannot really turn it. I cannot see it from any side. It seems like a plain 2D image to me. But so what we can do about it, we can pass a property to the model viewer, which is called camera controls. It's a Boolean property. And when we save and go back, ta-da, now we have a 3D model that actually we can see from above, we can see from below, on the back. We can zoom in even, like, and see more details if it's needed, right? And zoom out. And over here, you see that we get these spots, which unfortunately you cannot really see, but this is a reflection of the light that we get in the room. So all amazing things. So it's just a few lines of code as you saw, and then we can render a 3D model on the screen and just enjoy it and see it from all possible sides. Okay, but like, let's take a look maybe on what goes inside the GLB file, right? Let's try to understand what is happening there. In VS Code, there is a extension which is called GLTF tools, which allows unpacking this GLB file and turning it to GLTF. So we can take a look on the JSON-based file. To do that, I already have the extension installed. It's open source, so everybody can do it. And then right-click on the GLB file, and here at the bottom, we have the GLTF import from GLB. Since we are unpacking, we're producing a lot of different files, I'll just save this. Cool. So this is the GLTF file, and over here we have even a preview. So this is exactly the robot that we saw earlier, right? And we can play with it. So what is good here is that actually when we hover each of these properties, the tool will tell us will give us some additional information of what they actually are doing. So let's take a look on some that are more interesting. For example, the scene, or this is what is rendered on the page. And as you can see, our scene has just a single node, and these are the nodes, or the nodes are like the shapes or the geometry. So our scene has a single shape. And when we look at here at the nodes or the shape, which is the same, right? We have just the robot shape. And this is fine because we have just one piece. And then here we have the materials. And these are the materials which actually are going on top of that shape. And as you can see here, the material has a bunch of properties, but kind of the property that is important in this case is the name property, which is cyan. And then here is the second material, which is copper. And then over here is gold. So we have 3 different materials, and then it's another bunch of properties that we can manipulate and preview straight in the extension. So why I'm saying that and why it's important, right? So this is first possible because of extension that is installed here, which is called KHR material variants, or these are the Cronus material variants extension, which allows it exactly that, packing a single shape, single geometry, or single node with multiple materials, multiple variant materials. Why is this important? It's important because it can be used as a product configurator, right? Where we have a single shape of our product, but then we have different materials on top of it. And the material, think of it, could be like different color, it could be different texture, different reflection of the light, a lot of different things that can go into that material, as long as the shape is the same. So, and the good thing actually also here is that the model viewer has built-in support for this, which makes it very easy to use. And that's what I want to show now. So let's see how we can use these material variants for our robot. I closed the file that I needed. So this is going back here. Cool. So the first thing we want to do here, we want to grab a reference of the model viewer because we want to listen for the on-load event. I'll say here model viewer ref, and this will be use ref. And the type here is model viewer element. And I'll pass it just initially to be no. And over here, we'll pass the reference to the model viewer. Cool, nothing special. So as I said, we need the reference so we can actually add a on-load event. So first, I'll add the use effect. And if you're using React 19 already, don't forget that this is going to be a client component. There's something that I forgot, like that. Remove this. Cool. And first, let me extract the model viewer so we don't need to repeat it like all the time model viewer.current. That's going to be model viewer like that. And then we can say model viewer at event listener. And that's going to be load, as I said. And here is the callback function. And in the callback function, what we can do, so once the model is loaded, we can read these available materials. And they come on the property which is called, so this is model viewer, and the property is available materials. As simple as that. So this is just array of strings, as you can see, these are the name for the materials. So let's save them in a local variable so we can actually use it later. So this will be the variants, and this will be set variants over here, and this will be use state. And the type, as we saw, it's just array of strings like that. And then we will grab here the available materials, and then we're gonna save them into the local state. Cool. So what we did here, we're just read all the materials which are available for our robot shape. And now let's render like buttons on the screen where the user can click actually, and we can change the materials. To do that, I'm going to add an UL with a class name of action bar. And over here, I'm going to iterate over the variants. I'm going to say this is a variant. And to be semantically correct, we're going to add the AI with the key that's going to be the variant. Yep. And to start with, let's just render a button here that we can take a look. Yeah, like that. So I'll go back to the page and see that we have the 3 material names that I showed you earlier. So we read that from the GLB file. So the next step from here is like actually when we click on one of them, we just change the material that goes on the node. To do that, I will add the onClick event handler like that. And over here, what we're going to say, first we're going to say if the model viewer current exists, because it's initially no, Then we're going to say model viewer.current. There is a property which is called variant name. And the only thing that we're going to do, we're going to assign that with the current variant that is clicked. So let's see how it works. So this is the cyan, nothing special. Then I click on a copper. Boom, now we are changing the material. So we see this is, as I said, different color, but also different material because, for example, there is no reflection from the light that you unfortunately cannot really see, but this material doesn't have a reflection of the light. And then when we go to goat over here, we get the goat variant. And see, like everything, it just happens in the browser so fast. You just click and you get a different material, so different variant of your product. So this is like a really good use case for actually product configurator. Cool. So this is all nice, but how about now if our robot has some special skills? Let's say the robot is really good at, let's say, cooking, right? And we want to see the robot as a chef, for example, with a nice chef hat and an apron. And then probably we can also get this robot with the chef equipment and then put it in our own kitchen where we actually can see how that's going to look eventually when we buy it. Or even better, the robot is like really strong, and then the robot could be like a bodyguard, for example. But as I'm sure you all know that all Norwegian bodyguards, they are Vikings, right? So this is going to be a Viking robot with a helmet with horns and a fur here. But even though the robot doesn't have shoulders where the fur is going to stay, but still like with some fur. So how can we actually achieve that with the model viewer where, right, we have different model attributes that we want to show and hide? So let's go here to the next page. And this is our robot from before, as we saw it. And here are the same variant materials that go on the robot. But then here I added 3 additional buttons. As you can see, the universal skills, kind of this is the robot that can do anything. And then we have a chef and a Viking. So how about I say I want to see the robot as a chef now. And when I click, boom, you see that the robot has a hat and an apron. And then we can even like zoom in and go and see it into more details. But that could be also a copper or a cyan model, right? No problem. But then I want to see it as a Viking. Like, okay, just you click on it and then you get the robot as a Viking with a helmet. And this is, by the way, the helmet from the conference. And it has a fur on the shoulder and all of that. And you can just switch and play and configure this with all possible cases and scenarios. So this is what I'm saying. Imagine now this in traditional e-commerce where we have 2D images and we want to display actually these different variants and different skills and all the combinations between them. And then put on the side that I want to see it from the side, from below, from the top. And if you need to generate images for all of that, imagine how much work and how much error prone is going to be as well, right? And how much we need to download every time when we start clicking between different things because we just want to see how that's going to look. Great. That's cool. But let's see, again, let's take a look on the GLB file and let's see what goes inside. So I'll go back and this is actually the skills page that I was showing you. And this is the model viewer. So big part of it is exactly the same as before. And I'll show you what's different. So over here, we are loading the second GLB file that I prepared, which is called the skills. So when we unpack this one, let's unpack it again and see how that looks. And I'll show you here the preview. So this is the robot. It's like the robot, but it has all the attributes visible, like all the chef attributes, all the Viking attributes. And then if you scroll a little bit further down, in our scene this time, we have much more nodes, right? We have many more nodes. We have not only the robot, but we have some additional. And when we look at over here, this is the robot, but then we have the Viking head, the Viking fur, chef head, chef apron. So these are all different shapes that go into our model. But what is interesting also is that we have materials. And again, we have the same materials, cyan, copper, and gold for the robot. But then we have a material for the Viking head. And then we have material for the Viking fur, chef head, chef apron. So each of this node has actually material that go on top of it. So what we can do here, so actually what we want to achieve really in the end. So we want to load the model and just show an image of the model, how eventually it's going to look. Behind the scene, we want to load the model and hide all these attributes. And the way that we usually hide them is by making them transparent, so they're not visible. So once they're hidden, we can remove the image and then show the model and then allow the people to play with it, right? And when you select one of the skills, we just show the attributes for that particular skill. So let's see how that's done in the code. I'll go and close this one. So these three properties here kind of initiate everything, right? So the last one, which is the poster, we are telling the model viewer just show image of the model, how eventually it's going to look. Then we have this review menu, which we tell the model viewer, don't remove the poster. I will remove it. And finally, we are saying, go and load the model behind the scene so we can, it can be loaded and then we can hide the materials. And when we go to our onload event over here, we have a function which is called hide material. So let's see what's the implementation of this one. So the function is over here. But before that, let me kind of draw your attention to these variables here that I extracted. So this is just a simple map between the SKU and the material name. So for the chef SKU, we have chef hat and chef apron, and the Viking, we have the corresponding one. So what is important is that we match exactly the material name that we have in our GLB file. And for simplicity, I extracted just the SKUs, and these are just the material names. So when we want to hide the materials for the different attributes, what we do, we iterate over the materials, and the model viewer has built a function that can grab a material by name. And this is get material by name here, right? So we're just passing the name, then we get the material. And from here, we have to do two things. The first one, we need to set the alpha mode to mask. Why is mask? Because when we make something transparent, if it's not masked, then we're going to see it on the edges. Imagine like you have a glass where you want to see through the glass, it's transparent, but then you want to see it on the edges actually, right? Because otherwise it will be invisible. So we set the alpha mode to mask, and then we set the base color factor. We change the color of the material. And this could be a simple string with the RGBA value, or it could be an array of the RGBA values as represented as fraction of 1. And you see here the alpha channel here is 0. So this is going to hide the material. Cool. So when it's the material is hidden, we need to remove the poster. And Erwin earlier talked about how we're going to remove different things and then they're not won't be visible. But here we have the case where actually when we hide them, and if you remove the poster right away, in a blink of an eye, you're going to see the material. So we need to actually push them in a set timeout back in the event loop so that it can be removed after that. Cool. And then the one last thing, so here we add just the second bar with the skills, where when you click on a skill, the only thing that we do, right, we hide again all the materials, and when we click on a skill, we just make the alpha channel here to be 1 again, and that shows the attributes for the selected skill. So I think it's quite easy. It's not the code itself is not complicated to really work with it, and then we can achieve so much with it, right? Cool. So this is nice, but I talked earlier, like it would be nice if actually we can get and see this robot like next to us, or if it's a chef, see it in the kitchen, right? So this is actually where the augmented reality comes into play. And to be honest with the model viewer, it's extremely easy. It's so easy that I couldn't even believe it initially, but let me show you. So here I prepared a few AR pages, and the only thing that we need to enable augmented reality with the model viewer is to add a single Boolean property, which is called AR. And when you load this model viewer on a device which is AR capable, then at the bottom right corner, you see the AR prompt where you can click it and see the robots in AR. Of course, the model viewer offers much more capabilities of actually changing the AR prompt, changing the AR mechanisms of how it works. So there are a lot of things you can develop yourself, but the kind of the built-in capabilities are just unbelievable. So let's test it. Cool. So over here, I prepared just for you guys today a special offer of different robots that you can choose to get. Maybe if you can remove, yeah. So just grab your phone and scan one of the QR codes of one of the robots that you like the most. Once you scan the code, this will open a page in your browser where you can see actually the robots as the model viewer, right? So you can turn it and play it from all different sides. And then at the bottom right corner, there will be the AR prompt. You can click and see it as AR. And for those of you who don't like to bring your phone everywhere, because I'm sure that there are people like that, I got you covered. I will go and scan one of the QR codes here, and then I'll stream from my phone to the computer, so you can actually also see what's going on there. Okay, I will pick the Cave Guardian, because I think that's a cool robot. It's a Viking in the end. Cool. Cool. So are you ready? I will start streaming for my phone to the computer, so you won't be able to really see the QR codes anymore. Just waiting for this to start, to boot up. That gives you actually a little bit more time to, if you'd like to scan one of the QR codes and go test it yourself. I'm trying to connect to my computer, and that's for some reason takes a little bit longer than usual. I would say, are we on the same network? You should be on the same network. Okay, internet is all fine. Let me try one more time. It used to work, but yeah, okay, so now I cannot really connect. Oh, okay, it worked. Cool. So this is the robot, as I showed you, as I told you, and here we can zoom in again. We can move it up and down. We can view it from all possible sides. This is the fur, right? This is the material that goes in the fur. You see, it's kind of minimalistic because otherwise it's going to cause performance issues. And okay, so now I'll go and click on the AR prompt button at the bottom of the screen. So let's try to add the robot over here somewhere. Woohoo! Here it is. It's actually, it seems a little bit angry to you guys. I don't know why, but he looks like this way for whatever reason. But I think it gives you like a good idea, and also you can see the people behind. It's kind of nice, right? That you can also get like how high it is. It seems like around meter height, and you can see it from different sides, and all of that. And it just like, as I said, it's with a simple command, and we can have it all set there. Cool. I think I need to go back to my presentation. Okay, so today we demystified the 3D models. We saw how with a single line of code we can load a 3D model in the browser. We saw how we can change easily different materials for a shape. Then we saw how we can hide and show different attributes of the model. And then finally, with a single property that we passed to the model viewer, we were able to actually see the robot in augmented reality. So it's nice and easy, and all of this is part of the storytelling, as we say in Crystallize. So go ahead and try it. Thank you.
Nice. What's the next step for the robot to do the presentation?
Maybe start flying.
Yeah, that was really cool. Thank you. We've got some questions. The first one, expected, I believe. How do you generate the GLB file? So you said you bought them.
The GLB file. So yeah, the GLB file, it was generated from by a 3D designer. So there are also some open source tools that you can use and generate the file yourself. I was playing even with one of them, kind of making small adjustments. But yeah, you pretty much need the model. So you can grab some also free online available. But if you want something more detailed with some specific requirements, then most probably going to need a 3D designer to prepare the model for you once, as I said. And then kind of the idea is that we can manipulate it with code.
Cool. And the other question is, how performant is that on older devices? Probably older mobile.
Yeah. So I think the performance to big extent will be, first, I think we need to measure something before we start really improving it and see what's the problem. But the performance to big extent will be impacted of how complicated is the model. For example, the Viking fur that you saw, if that we're gonna draw it as like each piece to be separate, that's gonna cause like performance issues because there are a lot of details that when we move, everything needs to be recalculated. So if you wanna kind of think about the performance, and the performance is a factor, we always need to think about kind of simplifying the shape to the extent that is possible, right? And I think that's overall will improve the performance. So this is the first starting point. And of course, there are tools actually that can minify your GLB file, because probably you didn't see, but when you extract the GLB file, it produces a lot of images and things that they go inside in the binary file. So we can minimize them. For example, if they are JPEGs, we can turn them into WebP and so on, which will also reduce the size and improve performance.
Well, thanks. Thanks again. One more question actually, because I forgot the cheese, so I need to do a round trip. I have another question for you. Do you have a real use case available that you could show us about Model 3D?
We have something that is we did and is available. Definitely, but it was one of these exploring phases of the model viewer. And this is a simple product configurator that we built in Crystallize, and is also actually an open source library that you can clone and then you use it for that matter. So this is the model rendering part, and as you can see here, we have different options for the bicycle that we can change colors, and then there are different properties here for the grip, and then we can add a leather back, for example, and height. And show different attributes. So this is like a real working example. We have also like different prices for different different combinations, right? And then we calculate everything in the end, and we say like for this set of tools, this is your final price.
Nice. So, and can we get that online?
Yeah. So this is available on product-configurator.superfast.shop. Probably I can share it with people other.
Yeah, for sure.
This, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Basil.
Thanks.
The cheese.
Whoa,
the cheese and the picture.
thanks.
And
Yeah.
the picture. In the middle.
Here.
To the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this way. The simple one and the crazy one.
Woo.
Awesome.
Great.
Thanks. You can stay with me. Yeah. Right? It's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end.
I can.
It's the end, but it's not really the end, right? So that was the last talk. And this is how we conclude React Norway 2024. I don't have the slide, or the slide should pop up at some point. But we have the dinner party that starts pretty much in 15 minutes, in 1 hour and 15 minutes at 6, right there.
Outside, hopefully.
Exactly. Yeah,
I see already
hopefully.
the fire is burning,
The
preparing the
barbecue is
barbecue.
ready. But before to really close it, I have some cheese to distribute. And but before to distribute this cheese and other swag, we want to say thank you to all the sponsors once again, because you know without them this conference couldn't happen. So a clap for the sponsor. Woo. And now we need to be even more louder, because someone else must, I mean, some people are even more important. This is the speaker. It takes time to prepare a speak like that. And all the speaks that we've seen today are, to me, was amazing. I hope they were amazing for you too. So really loud clap to all the speakers. And I have no more joke, right? I have no more joke, but I have cheese. So nobody has a joke? Nobody? Okay. What is the first rule to understand recursion? The first step to understand recursion.
Nah,
Damn!
nice, yeah.
Okay, so you get some cheese. No, but seriously, we have a sponsor. We have some cheese. So we want some cheese before to actually leave the room. Pass by this path, and you're gonna get some swag and some cheese. Thank you very much for being here. See you around. Enjoy the party, and see you next year. Bye bye.
Bye.
Crystallize mug.
It sounds like some weird crystallize. Yeah.